Good evening. Welcome to the Peoria City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, December 10th. Would you please rise? Join us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Patena. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Barrett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivero.
Here.
Councilmember Ames.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Carlott.
Here.
Councilmember Leone. Council Liaison Jelinek.
Here. This is the final request to submit speaker request form, or the final call for that. You can find the speaker request forms in the lobby. Fill them out, give them to the clerk. We'll call upon you at the appropriate time. Due to the size of the crowd and the issue that deals with Trilogy, we're going to do the two presentations first, and then I'm going to move immediately to the Trilogy issue. And then we'll come back later and do the consent agenda and the rest of the council's business. When I do that, I'm going to call, when it comes to the point where speaker request forms, you begin to come up to make your comments, I will call 3 people at a time so that if some of the speakers are in the Pine Room, it gives them time to come over. When the one speaker's up, the other 2 speakers, please sit on the right side of the council chambers as you enter where the speaker podium is. Okay? Thank you very much. First item up is Relay for Life presentation. Katrina Eaton.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight with Peoria's Relay for Life event. We are here to welcome and thank everybody for your past support of the Peoria's Relay for Life event from 2013. Our next event for 2014 is taking place Saturday, April the 26th from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. over at Peoria Sports Complex. I have Sarah Slinkard here with me tonight, and she is going to be our captain for the City of Peoria team. We also have a team that is going to be with the Police Officers Charity Association, and we are anticipating you guys will have a pretty good competition for this year. This is the official charity of your Mayor Barrett, and we are very excited. As this will be his last year, we want to make this one of the best years. So we are very excited, and we would like to ask for the support of the council in case you would like to join or be a part of the team. Councilman Patena is already signed up and on the team with the City Attorney's Office. We have information about our next upcoming event. We have a dessert auction that will be at New Life Community Church Wednesday, December the 18th at 6 p.m. We encourage anyone to provide a dessert. It will actually be auctioned off, and any of those proceeds will go to your team. So if there's anybody that wants some holiday desserts, you can come out, participate, and you're funding a good cause because all of the money raised will go to teams for cancer research. If anybody is unfamiliar with Relay for Life, this is the premier event of the American Cancer Society. Our goal is to celebrate survivors. So anybody as a cancer survivor, we want to thank and celebrate them. We will have a dinner that night from Culver's, especially for everybody that's there. We have a portion of the night where we remember friends and loved ones, and our main goal is to fundraise so we can fight back and we can find a cure for this disease. Our theme this year is to finish the fight, and our hope, we're going to have a science fiction theme to see if that will encourage some new groups to be a part of our event and to also help and join us. I have some handouts that I will give to you, and now I will turn it over to my co-chair and fiance, Troy Baker.
Hello, Council. This is my second year running the event. It was an exciting event our first year. Unfortunately, my mom passed away 2 months before the event, so having been passionately involved in this event for 5 to 6 years, it really hits home when you're in charge and you have the weight of a city, a state, an organization as great as American Cancer Society on your shoulders, and then to have a tragedy like that. So I'm pretty awesome is what I'm trying to say. No, I'm just kidding. We live in Surprise, but it seems like all our interests are in Peoria. We are very charitable and involved in Peoria. We support the Coyotes and the Cardinals with season tickets, of course, in Glendale. But we're looking to move out here to Peoria because we're just so fascinated by not just you guys, but the whole community and everybody that comes out and helps with our relay. So April 26th, come out and support us, help us out. Can't do nothing about Mom right now, but we're going to try to save this 1-year-old we have back here that's making all that noise. I appreciate your time.
I'm just here, obviously, some of you guys know me already, and if you'd like to join Team Peoria, give me a call and we'll get you signed up and I'll let you know all the details. And if any of you would like to bake for the sale on Wednesday, we'd really appreciate it, or come out and buy. But if you would like to bake, I'd really like that too. Thank you.
Members of the audience could also join Team Peoria, is that correct?
That is correct.
It's not just employees.
Yes, and the more the merrier. And Mayor Barrett, we would like to honor you, and in recognition of your service and dedication for last year's event, we have a certificate we'd like to present to you.
April 26th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to add just a couple things. This is my charity of choice. I don't know anybody that hasn't been touched by cancer in one way or another. All the funding stays here in the state of Arizona. It does not go out of state. It helps the families, the people like Ronald McDonald House types of things. If you live in Winslow, you have a child with cancer, you come down, they help provide funds for a room and board as long as you're down here with your children. Once a year, I let them shave my head. That's my contribution. $5, you get a swipe after tonight's vote. You probably all line up. So thank you for that. Next up is certificates of appointment for boards and commissions. I'll ask the chair of the boards and commissions member to join me for the presentations.
So nice of all of you to come for our presentations tonight. I appreciate that. The City of Peoria has a little over 20 boards and commissions. They actively participate in a lot of the important decision-making that we have going on in Peoria. They are volunteers, they are people who are active in the community, they are people very similar to yourselves. So if you have any free time and you want to get involved in your community, just look me up. You know where to find me, obviously, and we will find an area of interest for you. And so this evening we are welcoming 2 new people into this amazing group of volunteers that we currently have. The first one is a Trilogy resident, Gloria McGall, on the Personnel Board. Congratulations and thank you. And secondly, we have Brian Wiley for the Municipal Development Authority. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment about this. If these people, all of them very much like you, boards and commissions, parks and recs and everything else, if they didn't volunteer their time, the city of Peoria would have to pay people to do that. So you're saving us money that we can then put into things that we all consider to be important. Additional cops, fire, parks, rec, everything else. So give these people a hand. And thank you for your time. At this point in time, I'm going to change the agenda order. We are going to go to 21R, public hearing rezoning Trilogy West Vistancia Boulevard and Dixiletta Parkway.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item will be introduced by Chris Hawkes, our Planning and Community Development Director, and supported by staff from a number of departments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are here to present a proposed rezoning case, 21R. This is the Trilogy West rezoning case. In a minute, I'm going to ask that Melissa Sigmund make the presentation. I think Melissa is a familiar face to you all. She's one of the leaders in our department and has been the project manager. She's done a really good job on this case. As you know, with the development process, it integrates the expertise of several departments, notwithstanding utilities, Parks Department, engineering, economic development, and others. So I have other directors joining me this evening to the extent we have some detailed questions that we might need their expertise. So for the audience and for those watching, let me introduce those folks. To my far left is Andy Granger, the city engineer. To my left is Rebecca Zook. She's a deputy director for development services. I'm Chris Hawkes, the planning director. To my right is Melissa Sigmund. She's a senior planner in the planning department. And then to her right is Bill Mattingly. He's the Public Works Utilities Director. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa Sigmund for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Chris stated, the next item on our agenda is the Trilogy West rezoning case, Z13-0007. This property is an approximately 360-acre site located west of Vistancia Boulevard and north of Dixiletta Parkway. You can see the site outlined in red there. The request this evening is to rezone the property from 3 individual single-family residential planned area developments, or PADs, as well as Suburban Ranch SR43, to a single planned area development for the Trilogy West property. Some of the key points of this project are the existing zoning is for single-family residential. The proposed zoning is for single-family residential. The existing zoning would allow the development of up to 1,028 single-family residences. As proposed, the maximum number of single-family residences that the Trilogy West development would support would be 1,016. So you can see there's a slight reduction in the maximum number of dwelling units that the property would accommodate. So to give you a little bit more context, you can see that the Trilogy West proposed site is located within the larger Vistancia area. The Vistancia contains multiple villages or different development areas. Includes a commercial core that will be able to have up to 4 million square feet of commercial employment uses in the future, as well as the Trilogy area, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed site. In addition, there are the Blackstone and Village neighborhoods within Vistancia. To give you a little bit of a context for this proposal of the 1,016 dwelling units, as a whole, Vistancia Master Plan Community will at build-out have up to 10,500 homes. The Trilogy portion of this development has approximately 2,287 residences. This is an active adult community, so it targets folks who are in a certain age bracket.
If you look behind you, I think you'll get an idea.
Yeah, I know. The existing Trilogy portion of Vistancia has approximately 929 acres in relation, again, to the proposed 360-acre Trilogy West development. In terms of the existing conditions of the site, the general plan land use designation is split between 2 categories. The majority of the site has residential low-density land use, which is a range of 2 to 5 dwelling units per acre and a target of 3 dwelling units. The small portion on the eastern edge of the site, the northeast portion, is residential estate designation, which allows 0 to 2 units per acre with a target of 1 dwelling unit. The density for the area would be calculated at a target that combines the land areas. So we essentially average the two targets based on the percentage of land area they cover and determine what the overall target would be for the project area. On the map on your right, you can see the existing zoning for the site. The 3 PADs, or planned area developments, are called out as the Enclave at White Peak, the Vistas at White Peak, and the Boulders at White Peak. The small portion on the northeast corner of the site has SR 43 zoning. This is the Suburban Ranch District, minimum 43,000 square feet, which is one of the city's standard zoning districts. As you can see to your right, the zoning of the Vistancia Planned Community District contains a variety of equivalent zoning designations. The portion that covers Trilogy has a Vistancia designation of VRD6, which is generally equivalent to the city's R16 zoning district. Approximately, essentially, it's a 6,000 square foot general minimum lot size, although we will discuss later some of the peculiarities of that district in relation to this PC or PAD. The conceptual development plan you see before you shows the planned layout or general layout of the proposed Trilogy West development. As noted, it would contain up to 1,016 dwelling units for single-family residential, also active adult, similar to the existing Trilogy, and that is a maximum. It's very frequent that a zoning case will have a maximum dwelling unit count that is well above the build-out. Once the project gets laid out and all the details are filled in, frequently that maximum target is not reached. The gross density at that highest point would be a maximum of 2.82 dwelling units per acre. The existing entitlements from the existing PADs and the SR 43 would have a slightly higher density of 2.85. So as proposed, the Trilogy West PAD would have a slightly lower density than could be built under current zoning. The lot size range in the PAD that you have before you varies from 4,000 square feet to 8,050 square feet minimum lot size. However, as we will note later, the applicant is proposing changes to this that would increase the minimum lot size to 5,000 square feet. Some of the key plan items you'll see are the usable open space at 35 acres plus the natural open space at 55 acres plus. Those, again, are the minimum amounts of the usable and natural open space. With the development and some of the changes that have been made over the course of the application review, as lots have been removed, those numbers have actually increased. So this would be the minimum amount that would be provided. In addition, there is a 5-acre recreation site located on the north, approximately center of the property. You can see where it's indicated with the star. That would contain various recreation amenities housed within a center. There's also a trail system that has both internal connections within the Trilogy West proposed plan as well as to the broader Vistancia development. You can see indicated in various colors some of the different types of trails that would be provided, trails to the regional or to the Vistancia system, as well as those going throughout the open space corridors. In addition to pedestrian amenities that would provide connections between the two developments, there is also a plan for a golf cart track. The precise location of this would be determined through the further development plans as this project moved through the development process. However, conceptually, it would be indicated with the yellow lines. Part of the rezoning process involves technical reviews by various city departments to ensure compliance with city codes and regulations for items such as infrastructure, utilities, of course, zoning regulations, as well as transportation. The proposed transportation infrastructure does meet the requirements of the city of Peoria. In fact, as proposed with active adult community, the use would have a reduction in the trips per day that would have been expected based under current zoning with a traditional single-family residential development. You can note that some of the major transportation connections on the site would be access to Vistancia Boulevard, located on the northeast portion of the site, as well as a connection to Dixiletta Parkway on the south side of the site, centered throughout. There would be a spine road that you can see leading through the middle of the development, connecting to Vistancia and to Dixiletta. In addition, the developer would be required to complete 135th Avenue along the western border of the site. There has been a significant amount of citizen participation with this case, as you can see here this evening. The process started well before the application was made. However, the initial city portions of the participation involved a notice of application as well as a notice of hearing. Those postcards went out to property owners within a 1,320-foot radius, which is approximately a quarter mile, and as well as HOAs within 1 mile radius of the proposed site. There were a number of neighborhood meetings held for this case. The city, in the zoning process, requires at least one neighborhood meeting to be held to fulfill zoning requirements. In this situation, there were preliminary neighborhood engagement prior to application that involved 22 meetings, both large and small, that had over 1,800 attendees. The official neighborhood meetings were held in June at Lake Pleasant Elementary School and the Sunrise Mountain High School and had over 380 meeting attendees. Those meetings did involve provided quite a bit of citizen input and feedback regarding specific concerns regarding the project, which led to and assisted in the development of this site. Follow-up meetings were held with smaller groups and with particular interests with the applicant since June. So this case, over the course of the application period, involved both formal and informal meetings. There was a variety of input that was received and changes made to the plan even before it was received at our counter and taken in through the formal zoning process. Some of the citizen input that has been received since application, we have actually at this point received over 300 emails, which are included in both your reports as well as handouts from some of the latest emails that we've received, in addition to several phone calls. Staff has held meetings with residents opposed and provided information by phone and email. Some of the key concerns that we've received through the emails regard the Trilogy HOA and the potential expansion of that HOA and amenities. We will discuss some of the differences between zoning and some of the areas that are outside of this zoning case. In addition to the citizen participation, just to give you a little bit of a breakdown, we received at the Planning and Zoning Commission 46 letters of support. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was a really great neighborhood turnout to discuss the case. We had 55 individuals in support, 74 opposed. All of those individuals came out to provide their feedback on this case. The additional feedback that we've received includes 2 letters of support, 5 letters of opposition that were in your packet in the CC, and since that time, between the councilwoman's office, the city clerk, and the planning staff, we received 79 emails in opposition, as well as 9 emails in support of this case. A number of changes, as I mentioned, have been made both prior to application as well as during the review process in order to mitigate some of the concerns that were understood to be had by the existing neighborhood residents. One of the earliest changes was moving the entrance to the north on Vistancia Boulevard away from the residences that are located in that yellow area on the far left map. In addition, through discussion with some of the residents located on the northeast portion of this site who had concerns with their view sheds and preserving their hillside views, there were lots that have been removed from the northeast corner of the site. You can see in the progression the lots are pulled back as far from those hillside areas. The trail does remain to provide access to the recreational amenities and allow others to enjoy the scenic views. As you can see, there's also the addition of the trail and golf cart connections to Trilogy and the rest of Estancia through the development of the plan. Single-story homes have been designated along the eastern boundary of the site, and the applicant has agreed to limitations to ensure that the closest residents who are on the eastern boundary of this project, that there is no intrusion of privacy from new two-story homes. The existing zoning entitlements would allow two-story homes. In fact, in addition, Vistancia Planned Community Development allows two-story homes throughout. So the zoning on the adjacent site would have allowed and could allow two-story homes throughout. Some of the neighborhood character elements that have been focused on to ensure compatibility with adjacent properties involve the features such as an enhanced streetscape. You can see there's on the neighborhood or on the spine road that would go through the neighborhood, there is a landscaped median. Features were carefully designed to mesh well with the existing neighborhoods such as Trilogy. The rendering on your right shows a conceptual recreation facility, so you can have a feel or sense of the scale of the project, including an outdoor pool as well as indoor amenities. As I mentioned, there are a number of concerns that have been brought up in this case that are not related to the zoning matter at hand. Two of those issues relate to the Community Facilities District, which is a financing mechanism for infrastructure. A community facilities district to be approved would require a separate process through City Council approval. That process will not take place through zoning and does need to occur separately. The applicant has made an application for the CFD based on their understanding of interest from members of the existing Trilogy community. As I mentioned, CFDs are only one financing mechanism that a developer could choose to use. Regardless of the financing mechanism, the applicant will or developer will be required to pay for the infrastructure as required. Another issue that is not part of this zoning case, but that was certainly mentioned as a key concern, were the private deed restrictions, or CC&Rs, for this property, as well as the existing Vistancia and Trilogy HOAs. The concern regards the expansion of the Trilogy at Vistancia HOA. HOAs, as governed by private CC&Rs, cannot be regulated by the city. We cannot dictate the confines of that private agreement made between the property owner or when the property owner purchases a property. Those deed restrictions take place completely separately from this zoning procedure. The HOA amenities and the sharing of amenities between the existing Trilogy development and the Trilogy West property were another key concern that was brought up. If the amenities are to be shared, that would be governed by the HOA process or CC&Rs. As I understand, the CC&Rs as they exist would allow the existing Trilogy HOA to expand at any point in time right now. Regardless of this zoning case or the outcome of tonight's hearing, the HOA could expand. That is in their regulations and is outside of this procedure. Aside from that, the HOA amenities, as projected or proposed, far exceed the city's requirements. We certainly have amenity requirements and landscape and open space area requirements. This project exceeds all of those minimum standards by far. It certainly shows a high character of development and amenity package. As a result, some of the key findings that we have for this case are that the proposal is consistent with the general plan land use designation for the site. The development character and density is compatible with adjacent development and will continue a cohesive pattern of development with the larger Vistancia project. The development plan is an improvement in quality and design over the current zoning entitlements. The development will integrate a thematic palette and amenity program that, as I mentioned, greatly exceeds city standards and is comparable to adjacent neighborhoods. In addition, the development will preserve sensitive areas of open space while providing opportunities for access to these spaces as well as other trail systems and recreational networks. As a result, staff recommends that the City Council concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation supporting approval of case Z13-0007, rezoning this 360 acres from the 3 single-family planned area developments and Suburban Ranch SR43 to the Trilogy West planned area development, subject to conditions 1 through 27. Conditions 1 through 26 are located in your packet. Condition 27, as proposed by the applicant, would allow a minimum lot size increase to 5,000 square feet. The current PAD has a minimum square footage of 4,000 square feet for up to 40% of the lots. That would be eliminated. The very minimum square footage for a lot would be 5,000 square feet if you choose to accept this condition of approval. And with that, the applicant would update the planned area development standards and guidelines in your packet accordingly to represent that. With that, I would take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions, council? Comments? Questions? Any questions? Questions? Okay, no questions. Then we are going to go to public comment. There's some ground rules here. So that you are aware, we are aware that this is a very big issue. These are the number of comments or people signed up to oppose the development, and they do not wish to speak. So they're all going to get Christmas cards. This is the list or grouping of people who are in favor of the development, and they're also on my list because they don't want to speak either. However, we have about 60 people who want to speak. Now, normally we give you 3 minutes per person. Repetition does not help your case. So if you don't have anything new to add to what the previous speaker or speakers have said, I would ask that you just give your name and say, I'm opposed to it, I'm in favor of it, and we'll move on to the next one. If you get too repetitious, I'm going to reduce the time that you speak until we're down to 0, and then we'll quit. We start off with 3 minutes. I will not allow any kind of personal attacks on anybody. If you want to say the city's got its head up, that's fine and dandy. I don't mind, but I don't want you pointing out specific people. The second one, no applause, no demonstrations. If you don't like what the other person said, keep it to yourself. I'm going to call 3 at a time because some people are out in the Pine Room and they need time to come over here to the chambers. I will ask 2 of the 3 people to sit over here near the podium on your right, my left, and the first person can speak, and then we'll go on from there. Is everybody all right with that? No, it doesn't really matter. It's my rules. In no particular order, because I have not shuffled these, so there's going to be a mix of yeses and nos. The first one on top is Dr. William Jennings, and if I mispronounce your names, I really apologize, because inevitably I'm going to do that with all these. Thanks. Next, following him will be Rita Jennings, and following that will be Franklin Schiller. So, Ms. Jennings and Mr. Schiller, if you will have seats up here so that we can keep.
Rita Jennings is my spouse, and she's not going to be speaking. She didn't mean to check the box. That's it.
Oh, well then she gets a Christmas card.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. There's a clock. The clock will appear up there with the City of Peoria. And please.
My name is Dr. William Jennings. I live in Trilogy at Vistancia. What I'd like to address is that the annexation is directly relevant. The annexation of Trilogy West into Trilogy at Vistancia, because it will change the traffic pattern, and that new traffic pattern hasn't been analyzed. You have not yet done your consent calendar, but item 6C is going to be changing the circulation element. In that, you're going to define a new kind of roadway called a limited access parkway. And the definition of that is that it's a major arterial that serves high volumes of traffic traveling relatively long distances and managed to reduce conflict between through traffic and traffic entering, leaving, and crossing the facility. It's to improve safe and efficient through traffic flow. In order to get from Trilogy, as you know, this is going to be annexed apparently into Trilogy of Estancia. It even says that in the what the applicant has filed with the city in connection with the recreation center. And it also has a major ingress and egress, only ingress and egress, for phase one off of Vistancia Boulevard. There is a median that goes down the middle of Vistancia Boulevard. It will have to be broken through to make that ingress and egress. In order to get from Trilogy West to Trilogy at Vistancia, they need to make right turns. But in order to get back, they must make 2 left turns out onto a limited access parkway. That has not been analyzed by the traffic impact analysis. The only thing it analyzes is through traffic coming out of Trilogy West and going someplace else, not going to Trilogy at Vistancia. In order for there's going to be 2 clubhouses apparently. In order for people at Trilogy at Vistancia to get to Trilogy West, they must make left turns out of Trilogy at Vistancia onto Vistancia Boulevard across all that supposedly limited access parkway. According to the traffic impact analysis, even if they didn't include any of this inter-development traffic, it would still have 3,773 non-peak trips. We're dealing with a big impact here, and especially as people go back and forth to use these different recreational facilities. The existing pads, the ones that you're being asked to change, have access to the west onto 135th Avenue, not onto Vistancia. That seems like a reasonable way to deal with this problem, except for the fact all of Trilogy West is designed in the opposite direction. I would ask that you consider either specifically saying if they want to have Trilogy West, they can't annex because it impedes on the circulation element, or give a 160-day postponement of this thing to find some way to resolve the conflict between the way Trilogy West is designed and your circulation element, if in fact you approve it a little bit later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Franklin Schiller, and coming down is Laurie Graham and Joe Sedicase. If you would go up near the lectern, appreciate that. Mr. Schiller.
Yes, I'm Franklin Schiller, and I live at 30149 North 129th Glen. No doubt you will be hearing this evening from a number of members of Trilogy of Estancia who live in the interior of Trilogy and may not even see any of the new development. We and a number of our neighbors, on the other hand, will be heavily impacted by the expansion because our home is at the northern end of the current Trilogy boundary and is directly adjacent to the proposed development, specifically the approximately 40 acres that Shea has already purchased. That's in the northeast section. In fact, our home will be as close as 87 feet from the main road traversing through the new development. Consequently, we have more at stake concerning our property values and our style of living. Our prime wish would be that those 40 acres to the north of us remain in perpetuity as pristine desert. However, we realize that this is not reality. Therefore, if the land must be developed, we strongly support the Trilogy at Vistancia extension by Shea for the following reasons. Shea is fully committed to building and selling homes in the proposed annexation commensurate with the quality design and the 55-plus format of the existing Trilogy community. We think that development by other builders brings a high level of probability for homes of a significant quality, lower quality, and family homes catering to families with young children. We don't feel such a community is compatible with a 55-plus environment and will heavily impact those like us living in homes bordering the development. Shea Homes has reached out to those of us on the northern boundary of the existing Trilogy, and others as well, in an extensive dialogue over a number of months to seek out and address our concerns and suggestions. Consequently, they have satisfactorily resolved 90% of our requests and accepted many of our recommendations to the extent that they substantially redesigned the layout of this section of the development. This resulted in a reduction of building lots from the initial proposal of 69 lots to 47 today. In addition, they have committed to a redesign of the feeder roads to minimize the effects of traffic on our homes along the main expansion collector road, near our properties. This includes landscaping measures to reduce the traffic noise and light pollution from vehicles traveling at night. In conclusion, let me reiterate, as long as Shea Homes fulfills its commitments to us, my wife and I and many of our neighbors directly bordering the property line fully support the proposed expansion of Trilogy at Vistancia. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laree Graham, and the next one to come down is Kathleen Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Laree Graham. My husband and I have been residents of Trilogy at Vistancia since June of 2008. We are in favor of the zoning change as presented by Shea Homes. There is a group of opposition, an organized group called the Trilogy Annexation Group, which I'll call by that name if that's okay. They have been stating that a majority of Trilogy residents are opposed to this zoning change. And this statement of opposition is used strongly to support their position. As near as I can tell, it is based on a survey. The only information I have, in fact, is a survey that was sent out to an email list of which I'm a member, or at least am through tonight. It was sent out to their email list in early September. In the email of September the 12th, they announced that there were 534 respondents to this survey, of which 70% were against the zoning change, and 70% is, in fact, a majority of 534. This number actually represents 374 negative responses, and those were defined as both strongly and somewhat against the zoning. I would like to add a few comments about these results. This annexation email group who received the survey is primarily made up of people who already agree with the assertions made by the group. The results, therefore, would be skewed in their favor to begin with. The survey was prepared by members of this group and was not designed as an objective survey. As often happens with self-prepared surveys, the questions were clearly designed to generate a response supporting their position. And number 3, of the 374 negative responses, I have no doubt that there were several with 2 responses from the same household. The annexation group has continued in all their communications to state that the 70% negative response represents a majority of Trilogy residents. They would have no way to extrapolate those 374 negative responses into a majority of approximately 4,000 Trilogy residents, or even as a majority of approximately 2,000 homes. As often happens, a vocal minority claims their position as a majority one. My husband and I, and nearly all of the Trilogy neighbors and residents we have spoken with, are in favor of this zoning change. If Trilogy at Vistancia is the flagship community for Shea Homes, which they repeatedly have indicated to us, it makes no sense that they would do anything to significantly endanger the reputation of their Trilogy communities or their reputation as a home builder. We believe that this addition will enhance the Trilogy at Vistancia community and will bring increased revenue to the city of Peoria. We strongly urge you to approve this zoning change.
Thank you very much. Next is Joel Setekase.
Yes.
And next one to come down is Chris Langowski. Something like that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Barrett and distinguished council members. My name is Joe Setekase. I live at 28815 North 128th Drive in beautiful Trilogy at Vistancia. I would be pleased if you would concur with P&Z and staff recommendations and approve the Trilogy West PAD. It will assure the high standards that we currently enjoy and carry over and integrate into the proposed development. The old adage, the person you know is better than the person you don't know. We know Shea, and we love the fine development in which we live. They have done a fantastic job, and we feel that the proposed PAD will be a compatible progression, and the property will be at its highest and best use. I also have no problem, no objection to Shea controlling the HOA while the future development takes place. We read the CCRs when we bought, like most prudent people should do, and we knew what we were getting into. We like rules. We like the way that they're handling the development in the HOA, so we have no problem with that. And lastly, unfortunately, there's a group of misinformed dissenters who have a personal vendetta against Shea, and that's masked by the superfluous issues that they try to advance. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Next is, please, next is Kathleen Johnson, and to come down to the seat is Corrine Hayes.
Thank you. I just want to remind the council, the issue of the HOA, whether the HOA is being added on to, the HOA is not part of the zoning case. And so, to the extent that that issue comes up, that is not something that we're addressing in the zoning case, and I want to remind the council accordingly.
Thank you. Ma'am?
My name is Kathleen Johnson. I also live, like Franklin Schiller, on 129th Glen, so I'm part of the group that's most impacted by the eastern boundary. I live on the west side, so right now I have an incredibly gorgeous view that looks out on nothing but desert. And as is inevitable, that will change, and we accept that change. I do support the annexation. I do appreciate that Shea representatives were willing to work with us and add in, the buffer for landscaping and agree to move back the loft homes. And today we were told that they are also moving back some of the lots further on two-story. But I am, even though I'm in favor of the annexation, I'm opposed to any two-story homes at all in the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Langowski, and coming back down is Bruce Strand.
I'm a little nervous. My husband actually wrote this, and so I've been editing, so I'm just going to kind of wing it. My name is Chris Langowski, and I am a 3-time home buyer in Trilogy. That is how much I love where I live. I thought I was going to live and die in this community, but now I think sometimes that may happen sooner than I think. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion regarding this rezoning. I'm against it for this reason. Having purchased 3 homes in this community, each time we purchased a home, we were told it was a limited 2,400 house community. It was the reason we bought, and finally thought we finished buying. If you change this rezoning, I have now lost the community that I have purchased 3 homes in and lost money, but didn't mind losing money because I love where I live. Another thing that my husband had mentioned is that when this house, or Shea was designing Trilogy at Vistancia, it was based on those 2,400 homes. If you add another 1,000 cars to the present infrastructure, it's going to be overtaxed. Example, each street improvement is based upon the traffic count. The paved streets already at the main entrance, the asphalt is disintegrating, the pavers are uneven, the Kiva Club is showing the wear and tear. If the facilities there are getting maxed out now and we have another 100 houses to be built, what is going to happen when the rezoning comes in and we have another 1,000, 2,000 people? I guess I'm just very disappointed in the way Shea is handling this whole rezoning. I'm not against Shea. I love it. I love the fact that they can put another 55 community in. I just don't want it added to ours when we are in dire need of the facilities that we have now because it is so maxed out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Corrine Hayes, and to come down and get in line, Keith I. Jones.
Mayor and Council, my name is Corrine Haynes. I live at 27883 North 129th Lane, and a proud citizen of Peoria. I have to say, I always brag it's the best-run city in the whole metropolitan area, and that's true. Also lived in Vistancia in Trilogy for 8 years. We have 4 generations living there right now. Between Vistancia, I have grandchildren, and my mom, who lives in Trilogy. Absolutely love it. Appreciate all Shay has done to keep us informed, involved. I feel like I've been very much an active part in their decisions. And they have, I think, provided just not only a beautiful community in Trilogy, but even throughout Vistancia. The Shay developments, I think, stand above so many of the other developments. I do favor what they're doing. I'm excited about the new amenities. The people that live in Trilogy are fantastic, and I think if we had 2,000 more fantastic people living in Trilogy, all the better. So I hope you approve this plan, and it will do nothing but enhance our community and the city of Peoria. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bruce Strand, and to come down in the seats, Keith Jones, a second time call on that, and Ann, I think it's Brian.
Mayor, council members, my wife and I are going on 3-year residents of Peoria. It just happens to be that we live in Trilogy, and it happens to be part of Vistancia. That's the first point I want to make, that we've tried to keep a broader view. As special as Trilogy is, nice as it is a part of Peoria. We're kind of glad to be here. I respect the council's inability to deal with HOAs, but would suggest, I would just like to leave a couple of points with you, because Shay is, in effect, the HOA. It controls the HOA now. The HOA comments could potentially, at least mine do, reflect on Shay. Specifically at the 30,000-foot level, even though I'm a qualified supporter of this project, I am a qualified supporter, I am concerned that the dues levels and therefore the financials of Trilogy are approaching the real estate tax levels. What do I mean? The recently announced $240 a month dues level for next year, if you multiply it out and look at the tax record, some of the lesser, lower property valued homes in Trilogy pay about that same amount in real estate taxes. And that, I'm hoping, affects thinking in terms of the overall tax base and people's ability to pay. That's a concern of mine. Secondly, the reserve fund to pay for now 10-year-old things like streets and buildings and pools and the like is less than 70% funded. And that means under state law it's classified as fair and not adequate. Making up that difference are the dues and other sources of funds, basically from individual buyers. I would suggest that concurrent with approval, you examine things like Shay building out amenities at the same time as they offer for sale their first homes. And most importantly, that they incorporate now the administrative processes to integrate the two communities, because those are not in place now. And my concern would be that the new buyers would be paying the same dues that I pay and be subject to the same financial concerns that I would have. And under those conditions, I think this project should proceed.
Thank you very much. Before I call the next speaker, I want to reiterate what the attorney said. We do not have anything to say about the HOA. We do not have anything to say about the amenities that are or are not offered. Those are beyond the bounds of the city. Next one is Keith Jones. Down in the seats are Ann, I think it's Brian, and Adrienne Kirshner.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of Trilogy, lot 751. My wife and I moved in December of 2005. This is our 8th home. I know some people have talked about HOAs. This is the 4th HOA we've lived under. I'm against the annexation of Shay Homes. I would like to paraphrase a phone conversation I had with Mr. Armando Soto.
Sir, I don't tolerate personal attacks.
Okay, I'm not attacking him. I just want to say I had a phone conversation. Can I say your city's zoning violation and codes enforcement officer?
That's fine.
Well, Mr. Jones, you realize that the vast number of homes in Trilogy are out of compliance with the city zoning ordinances in regards to the placement of satellite dishes. I therefore, using your city zoning violation and codes enforcement officer, do not see how you can approve this annexation when you have a developer who has violated your very own zoning ordinances for the better part of 8 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ann Bryan. And to come on up, John Vikic.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Ann Bryan. I've been a Trilogy homeowner since 2008. My residence is 28630 North 128th Drive. I'm certain most of you have seen the Verizon Wireless commercials with Jimmy Fallon. He sits at a low table with some 5- and 6-year-olds and uses their silly, sometimes immature, and very irrational comments to convince us, the viewer, to sign up for Verizon because bigger is better and more is better. Bigger and therefore more profit for Shea, more tax revenue, certainly better for the city. So Shea and others are working very hard to convince Trilogy homeowners by using the same approach, that with bigger and more, our lives will be better. But sometimes bigger isn't better, especially when it comes to people. There's much to be said for smaller communities. People living in smaller communities are more able to share common interests and activities, to support and care for one another, to help individuals make sometimes difficult transitions easier because of our collective desire to have Trilogy at Vistancia our home. We create clubs, we attend activities, we compete, we support the Peoria community through food drives and toy drives and fundraising. We do that not only to learn and to give, but to be with each other. When it comes to individual well-being in a strong community, bigger is not necessarily better. And then the idea that more is better. By increasing the community population by almost 50% on land size, but a bit over a third as much our current size, this annexation will be population dense. Not increasing our facilities and amenities by the same 50% amount will create more demand on our Trilogy resources, more people standing in line at breakfast at the Kiva Club, more families relying on the outside pool because of our beautiful clubhouse and the type of food and beverage services, more use at the indoor pool with its current 4 lanes, less opportunities to play tennis, pickleball, and even more overcrowding at classes and member events. Shea's plan for a new center will no way provide 50% more amenities. Twice the locker room size will still be inadequate. Even the kids at Jimmy's table know there are 6 people and 4 chairs. Somebody isn't going to sit down. With the exception of those homeowners whose views are lost along with their property values, many of us opposed to annexation are not opposed to Shea building Trilogy West, but let Shea invest the money to make its own communities with equal amenities to our Kiva Club and not interfere with our community and lifestyle that we've developed and want to maintain. The city still gains more tax revenue. We've become so conditioned by advertising to think that bigger is better that we forget the reason people come together in communities, to be involved, to grow, to contribute, to care and be cared about. I urge you to look beyond profit and think about what communities mean to the people who choose them. Shea maintains the majority of homeowners are in favor, and if they aren't, they will not proceed. Please make
conclude
Shea...
your remarks.
I'm sorry?
Please conclude your remarks.
I am. Please make Shea prove they have the majority support. Request a written ballot to every homeowner, simple yes or no, counted by a third party. Those who do not respond are neutral. With all that is at stake, this is a very necessary step. Please make Shea prove they have the majority without the gimmicks of early arriving buses and free blue shirts. Thank you.
Adrienne Kirchner. And to come down is, oh boy, Matthew Lewandowski? Close?
I recognize Matthew, but it's Lewandowski.
Oh, okay. Well, I promised at the start I was going to really butcher some of these.
Press and go.
As most of you already know, because we've met, my name is Dr. Adrienne Kirschner, and I'm going to disregard the remarks that I wrote in favor of speaking to my fellow citizens and the board here. First, I want you to know that those opposed to this have not been rehearsed. We did not hire any buses. We didn't feed them. We didn't beg them. We are as surprised as you are by the number that came out. These are individual homeowners who are desperate trying to maintain what they already have at Trilogy. And I salute all of them for being involved in this process, regardless. Any complaints that have been registered about Trilogy Annexation Group and its survey, we would reiterate, tell Shay to take a vote, and that will eliminate any problem. Shay will not allow us to have any access at all to the email list, nor to submit any written data to all the residents. So we did the best we could and went door to door in some cases and asked people if they wanted to be on the list. So I think we could put that aside by Shay taking a vote of everybody. And because Shay is a part, city attorney, because Shay is a part of the rezone, then their corporate behavior is certainly pertinent to this discussion, even if specific HOA things are not pertinent, and I will try to eliminate those from my remarks. It is very ironic that today is International Human Rights Day, celebrated around the world, but that I feel that I have no human rights when it comes to living at Trilogy because of the corporate behavior of Shay. Arizona State Statute A9471 covers annexation of additional city property, county property, etc., which I know does not apply to this case. However, it is interesting to note that a clear component of that Arizona law says that annexation must demonstrate it is in the benefit to the citizens. Again, I ask for a vote by Shay to show that it is a benefit, and I ask the council not to vote for this until such time that Shay can demonstrate, as they would have to at the state level, that this is a benefit to the citizens living in Trilogy, citizens of Peoria. Scams are raging around the country. I've been a victim of a scam. The scam was 2,400 homes, and then we're out of here. That has not happened. And I implore the council to really examine their business malfeasance and to ask for Shay to, again, vote, delay your vote until some of the issues that have already been brought up. And unfortunately, my time is up. 3 minutes doesn't seem very fair, but thank you.
Thank you. John Vikich. And to come down, get in line here is Carol Eicher Vikich.
Thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to address the council at large here. I am a resident of Trilogy, and I've been here only recently. We bought in Trilogy because we thought that we really liked the way it was put together at the existing level it was, but we have strong concerns about how we can maintain our property values if we're going to allow another 1,000 households or so to share the common facilities that we have, to my knowledge, which are not going to be significantly expanded. Okay, so on that basis, I would a recommendation to you is to not pass this. I don't know if that's the scope of what you consider or not. Thank you for the opportunity of addressing you.
Thank you very much. Matthew L. I'm sorry.
To make it easier, Mr. Mayor, the kids in school call me Mr. Lou.
All right, Mr. Lou. And Fred Code, come down.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and concerned citizens and residents of Trilogy. My name is Matthew Lewandowski. I come to speak tonight not because of a free bus ride, not for a free box lunch, not for a free bottle of water, not for a free t-shirt. I come and speak tonight not because I'm a Shay employee. I come and speak as a concerned citizen or a member of Trilogy. I lived originally down in Goodyear in a community called Pebble Creek, which is the site of the Interstate 10 and 303, and a community with a built-out number of 7,400 homes when it's built out. I came to Trilogy looking for a smaller community. When I was speaking with the salesperson, I specifically asked, what would the size of the community be at built out? And I was told 2,400 homes. I'm speaking tonight to preserve the sales pitch as it originally was presented to me. I moved from a larger community to a smaller one. I am speaking out tonight against the greed and the broken moral compass that we are encountering now. I think it was a bait and switch, and now they fall back on the excuse of saying, well, you didn't read the CC&Rs. And if we were to take a little hand vote here, how many people read the CC&Rs from beginning to end, I would be surprised if there would be more than 50. With that, I ask council, and I ask for your no vote on this bait and switch, and please help me preserve the community I moved into intentionally because it was going to be 2,400 homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carol Eicher-Vikic and Barbara Brown come down to get in line.
Hi, my name is Carol Eicher-Vikic. It sounds like you just salute me or inject me with penicillin. My husband and I are both Rainbirds from Seattle. We came up here about 4 years ago on one of Shay's promotions, and we started out with Encanterra. I loved the clubhouse, got very claustrophobic and disappointed when I saw the neighborhoods. They were just crushed very close together. We were going to cancel our coming out here to Vistancia, but since we paid for it, we came out for the 4 days. Fell in love with the community. I loved the rounded streets, the people. It felt like home. This was not a serendipitous decision by us to buy out here. We came out and we rented for 4 months, and we took our time and looked. I got the same sales technique that, oh no, this is the size it's going to be. We're selling out after 2,400. We're out of here. I like the small community. The first year we went to all of the facilities, the different exercise groups. We did the swimming, and as the year went on, it got more crowded and more crowded. For this year, we haven't gone yet because we just really we haven't enjoyed it as much because of the crowds. We love the community. We think Shay did a great job with the design of it. I know there's going to be development, but I would not like it to be an annexation of Trilogy. I think it should be set alone by itself. They should have their own facilities, and we shouldn't have to share. What's mine is mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fred Code, and to come down, Sue Goldberg.
Thank you. Fred Code speaking. I'd like to say we should go back to the master plan. I looked at the master plan I bought on day one many years ago, and I think the master plan was set up to keep the diversity. I like to see the other units next door. They can, if you want to change those and be standard alone, Trilogy West or whatever they want to call it, fine. But I don't think it needs to be incorporated into the existing Trilogy. I think we need family homes. I need some of those small ranches next door. So I like to see the diversity that we originally set out in the master plan to have different things, including an age-restricted, back to the original plan. That's what most of us bought was the original plan. Let's go back to the original plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barbara Brown, and come on down is Stuart Kirshner.
I'm not reading anything. Good evening. My name's Barbara Brown. I want to leave my time to the other people who have something lengthy to say. I just want to say that I strongly oppose this annexation. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you step away, I'm not going to allow someone else to exceed 3 minutes.
Pardon me?
I'm not going to allow someone else to exceed 3 minutes.
I understand that, but
okay.
more people.
Just make sure. Sue
Thank you very-
Goldberg?
Yes, Sue Goldberg.
And Jacqueline Vogel, come down.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I moved from Minneapolis 4 years ago. I looked in Southern California and various developments within the Phoenix area, settling finally on Peoria. I like the city. I like the environment. I like many things about the city. And most specifically, I fell in love with Trilogy, as did many others. I appreciated the beauty of the open spaces, the quietness within the community, and I especially liked the size. I, too, was sold on a pitch of 2,400 people, or 2,400 homes. I wasn't looking for a Sun City Grand. Most importantly to me, having moved from an HOA in Minneapolis, was the projected turnover of the HOA in 2014. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to live long enough to see that happen. I have no problem with Shea developing whatever they want on the property, just not next to the Trilogy of Estancia, where we already have a fully enclosed, air-conditioned clubhouse that is overly crowded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Stuart Kirshner, and to come down would be Eleanor Hess.
My name is Stuart Kirshner. I live in Trilogy. I've been living there for about 7 years. I moved into the community, a beautiful community. When the sales department said there will be 2,400 homes, I believed them. When we first moved in, we had no problems. And then all of a sudden, we heard about annexation. At a public meeting on June 17th, Mr. Hal Looney responded to a question by a homeowner by stating very clearly, and this can be reviewed in the Peoria website, that he would not build an annex to Trilogy West without a majority of the homeowners. We want him to honor that statement that he made. Also in 2012, Mr. Bob Williams sent out a letter, and it starts off by saying, whoever came up with the Disneyland happiest place on earth tagline clearly hasn't visited Trilogy. And it goes on to say, Trilogy at Estancia members are happy happy because they are living in a dream. It goes on to say, as you know, every home that we sell moves us one step closer to closing our beautiful community. During 2011, we closed 130 homes. It then says, we hope this trend continues in 2012. He then wrote, we have 247 homes left at Trilogy. Now we find out he wants to add another 1,000 homes. Look at the people here, and you realize that we're not one community anymore. We're split right down the middle. What I'm asking for is that Shea Homes and hopefully the committee will allow an open vote for all the tenants, exactly what Hal Looney said, so that we can have a vote, up or down vote, whether or not we should annex. Once that is done, we will be a community, for or against. But right now, we are ripped apart. My hope is that the vote can take place over the next 150 days, and the committee will come back and make a decision at that point based on Mr. Looney's own words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for the city attorney. Can we force Shea to have a vote? No. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to no longer comment on that. We don't have any impact on that. We cannot force it to happen legally. Jacqueline Vogel, followed by Eleanor Hess, followed by, oh boy, Lee Lewandowski. Leal, okay. I am a slow learner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jacqueline Vogel. I have owned in Trilogy since 2005. I loved Shea. I think they had done a lot for us personally as homeowners. And I would go out and tell so many people what a great home builder, what a great community we're in. I am a person that speaks from the heart, who likes transparency and truthfulness in all manners, and I am anticipating that this council does as well. The original planned Trilogy community is part of the Vistancia Community Facility District, which is commonly referred to as the VCFD, for folks who may not know this. Trilogy homeowners pay a yearly tax from approximately $500 to over $800 a year and is based on assessed value of the home. In 2010, Shea annexed into Trilogy an area known as Bathen, but failed to annex this area into the VCFD. The direct result of Shea's action is that Trilogy homeowners who are in the VCFD are at a distinct disadvantage on the resale of their homes because the taxes are higher on the same model as would be in the Bathen area. I questioned Shea why Bathen was not annexed into the VCFD. I was told once a CFD is established, it cannot be changed. Upon further research, I found out that the VCFD and any CFD can be altered. And not only can it be altered, there is actually Arizona state law as to how it can be altered. Not only were Trilogy homeowners unaware of the annexation and the potential effect on their resale values of their homes, it also appears that City Council was unaware of the annexation and not going into the VCFD. If Shea's proposal is approved by City Council, it is tantamount to approving another annexation. There are still many unanswered questions that Shea has not been willing to answer, one of them being the CFD. I implore City Council not to approve the rezoning and instead require Shea to answer all issues that are brought up before this council before you allow them to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eleanor Hess and Vaughn Blackman.
Mr. Mayor and Council, actually many of the ideas that I had planned to state have already been stated, but I think that there was a very easy solution to the problem that has arisen. If there would have been a Trilogy 1 and a Trilogy 2, we never would have had a problem. The almighty dollar oftentimes influences decisions in business, and I know that to be true, but it would have been a very easy solution to what has become a very complicated, disruptive problem within our community. And I think that all of the suggestions that have been stated should have at least be considered by council, and I hope that deaf ears aren't listening to all of these comments. And I hope that an equitable solution will come about, because right now we have a very divided community. I think that a lot of people have been pitted, neighbors against neighbors, friends even against friends, over something that was a very easy solution to resolve. And I do hope that you will consider many of the solutions that have been said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Since I'm a slow learner, I'm going to ask for Lou.
Mrs. Liu.
Mrs. Liu.
Good evening and thank
Excuse me
you.
a second to come down. Joel Ross. Sorry.
When we purchased our home, we were told by Shea sales staff that they would be out after the final build-out of approximately 24 homes. We took them at their word. At the 2013 annual meeting on April 30th, they gave us a review of the prior annual meeting minutes of April 17th, 2012, which said, currently, 82% or 1,937 of the build-out projection of 2368 are closed in the community. We took them at their word. In addition, Hal Looney wrote in a letter sent to residents earlier this year, quote, "While our desire is to expand and enhance Trilogy at Vistancia as described, we do not want to do so if it is against the members' wishes as a whole." We took them at their word. At the zoning and planning meeting, in spite of Shea providing bus transportation, food, drink, T-shirts for only the pro-annexation residents, there were 55 residents for the annexation and 74 against. And after the zoning and planning meeting, in spite of Shea putting a large sign in the pro shop trying to encourage pro-annexation and printing these beautiful cards, which were being handed out at our member service desk and spa by Shea's Blue Star employees that are being paid by our HOA dues. In spite of Shea, again, providing bus transportation from Trilogy and us offering transportation from a community outing for only pro-annexation residents in order for them to be here on time this evening. And in spite of residents being told that they had to leave our clubhouse at Trilogy last week if they wanted to discuss annexation and take their discussions to their homes. In spite of this, we are here in number to say no to this annexation. I'd like to also mention that we bought into a community of single, one-story homes, but Shea thought he could sell two-story attached houses and built two-story models in Trilogy. Fortunately for us, they must have been overpriced and never sold. Shea abandoned the idea, but we still have the two-story models in Trilogy. And now, we were also told by the applicant that there is no limit to the number of two-story homes in Trilogy West. If buyers want them, we will build as many as we can sell. My point is, I'm asking each of the members here this evening to listen intently to what is presented and to cautiously approach your decision on this annexation. A corporation is only as good as his word. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are becoming repetitious. This is your first warning. Yvonne Blackman, Joel Brose.
Yes, I am opposed to the...
And then Elaine Hertz.
Sorry.
Sorry, you can start.
I'm opposed to the annexation, and everybody has just about said what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joel Brose, Elaine Hertz, and then Melvin Broserman.
I'm Joel Bross. I live in lot 333, and I'm not going to read my statement. For one, most people are getting very hungry, and two, I really want a Christmas card. I will say this. The first time I drove up to Trilogy and went through the four corners, the only thing that was there was a stop sign. Quite frankly, I'd be very happy if I went up there today and all I saw was a stop sign. So needless to say, I'm all for keeping things small and simple, and I'm not big on expanding beyond the scope of things that are necessary. I am against annexation. I'm against any kind of expansion. I'm old and I'm cranky. Thanks.
I can join you in that. I've called for Elaine Hertz and Melvin Braserman. They're both in the Pine Room, so I will. They're still due to come. Peggy Mandelbaum should be in the audience.
Hi, I'm Peggy Mandelbaum. I would like to let you know that I'm opposed to the annexation. I'm not opposed to Trilogy building or Shea building another Trilogy, but I am opposed to voting for this and having it be part of an annexation rather than a separate issue. The two issues seem to have gotten combined somehow, and I don't quite understand how that happened, but If it's only annexation or nothing, then I'm definitely for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are either one of you, Elaine Hertz or Melvin Brosman? You can come up and sit in the seat up here, sir, and you're up, ma'am. And then the next one is Annette Winnick.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Elaine Hertz, and we've been living in Trilogy for 7.5 years. And we were also told that nothing else would be built after 2,400 homes or whatever. But I want to know, does anybody really know what Shea is giving us? We're not getting anything out of this. The new residents might be getting it. They're going to be using some of our facilities, but what are we actually getting out of this? The residents that have been there for so long, they don't seem to answer that question. So we have to go up the road if we want to use their facilities. Why do we need to use their facilities? We got our own. Why do they have to come to us? They don't have as many facilities as we do, and they will be overcrowding us, parking lots, gym, everything else. And I vehemently, really opposed to this. They can build their own Trilogy, 2 if they want, like the women said earlier. But why should they have to annex with us? We don't need that. We are overcrowded enough. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Melvin Broserman, and also from the Pine area, you can start your trek over, is Andrea Dixon.
Thank you very much for the ability to address you. Whatever I would say would just be redundant to what other people have said, except that I am sincerely opposed to the annexation for all of the reasons that the people here have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Annette Winnick, and then Brian Bailey.
Thank you. My name is Annette Winnick. I moved to Trilogy because I looked at some others and I was told it was a beautiful, small community, which I totally enjoy. And amazingly enough, Eleanor and I don't agree on everything, but I agree on everything she said. I think you should just have Trilogy 1 and Trilogy 2 and let it be done. I'm very opposed to the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea Dixon hasn't made it yet. Brian Bailey? Something close to Bailey? Frank Ribley? Ribley? Something close to Ribley. Huh? All right.
Excuse me, Mayor, I did not mark everyone because I didn't know where they were going, so some of the names you're calling, those people are in the Pine Room. So maybe if you say the name louder, they'll hear it better, I don't know.
The ones I'm calling out of the Pine Room have Pine Room written on them. So,
But some of them that you called are in the Pine Room that don't have Pine Room.
okay. From the Pine Room, Cheryl Lyon. And while we're waiting for that, Sabrina Forgan. She's supposed to be here. Thomas Bergrantino. All right. Harry Newman. Here comes somebody. No, she's staff. I recognize that one, sorry. Ah. Andrea Dixon?
No, Brian Bailey.
Well, she's here first.
Okay.
From the Pine Room, you're next.
Hello, my name is Andrea Dixon, and I've been a resident of Trilogy for over 5 years. I am opposing the annexation for several reasons that other members have voiced. Primarily, I feel that it is a financial threat to our current property values. We have dues that go up every year and services that go down every year. There have been many issues that tell me that it's difficult for Shea to maintain what they're doing now, And to add to it, seems to be, they're not doing a good job now, shouldn't do a bigger job, not nearly as well. And for that, I just want to register that I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian Bailey. And out of the Pine Room, Harry Newman.
Good evening. I've lived in Trilogy since 2010 with my wife, Lynn, and I'm going to spare you the reading of my message because a lot of the concerns that I have already been stated. That I am opposed, and my wife is opposed to this annexation. And it is more from a human nature perspective than it is from the quality of home or the quality of property Shea has built and provided us. I would give that a grade of an A. It's outstanding. But if you look at the stewardship of the property, which I think as a concerned citizen of this city should be taken into consideration. We are constituents, and we should be heard, and you're allowing us to be heard, but we should also be able to have some influence over this annexation property when so many people are opposed. And we're human beings, and we have a right to express our views, irregardless of what an earlier party mentioned. But stewardship is a very, very important part of living in a community like Trilogy, and Shea has failed miserably in providing that stewardship of the property. And I am very concerned about the cost of living in Shea. I know HOAs are discussion are off the table, but that cost has gone up 41% in 5 years. And if that flows over into Trilogy West because they can't sell the properties because of a market decline or some other characteristic that goes on there, who's going to be burdened for supporting that infrastructure is the current Trilogy. So Lynn and I are both opposed to the property being annexed in. We are supportive of Shea building another Trilogy West or family homes. We have no problem with the property or the construction. But as you can see, Shea has built a wedge in this community. It isn't the pro or the not pro, it's the wedge that they built in handling this product. And I must tell you, I've lived in 6 homes with 6 different HOAs, and I've never been treated the way I've been treated at Shea as a community. And I think that all that needs to be taken into consideration to prolong the agony that maybe 50% of us or more are being exposed to. So that's really all I have to say, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Cheryl Lyon.
Mayor, I want to just mention we've had a number of speakers use the term annexation. I just want to make sure the council, as well as the audience, understands there's no annexation before the council tonight. What you're going to be acting on is a request for rezoning. So you obviously going to be looking at this in terms of a rezoning, and that's what's before the council is an action, whether the council wishes to grant or deny approval to the rezoning of this property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Cheryl Lyons. I live in lots 1866 in Trilogy. Firstly, I'd like to say I live along the western border of Trilogy, directly adjacent to where the new property is going to be built. When I bought in December of 2008, I bought under the advice that there was only going to be 23 or 2,400 homes. That was very important to me at that time. I wasn't looking to move into a really huge community. I never looked in Sun City or anywhere else because of the size of Trilogy. I like that. Secondly, I asked about the property behind me because it's all desert and I have the most unbelievable sunsets. I knew that wouldn't last forever and I knew progress would go on. But when I did ask about it to the person that was selling me my home, it was kind of like shut to the side and saying, oh, these two men have owned this property forever and they've never done anything with it and probably would never will. So you're pretty safe there. Along with that, I also want to say that I am so proud of all of the members of Trilogy who have come here to show their opposition to this rezoning. And I have seen people be under the thumb and retaliation of Shea. And I have to say it's shameful. So it took, I think, courage from people to stand up to Shea, knowing what can happen to you and what they may do to us by singling us out as individuals because they know we're against this annexation. I agree with most everything that the people who are against the annexation have said, and it's so sad to see this beautiful community torn apart by this issue. If they could just do something to all come together, that would be something really wonderful. But how that's torn families apart, husbands and wives. It's amazing how husbands and wives have been on opposite sides of this, and friends don't talk to each other, and it's a terrible thing in this beautiful, lovely community that we live in at this time of our life when things should be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, folks, you're all getting kind of repetitious. If you have nothing new to say, please just say you agree or disagree with the rezoning. You are?
Sabrina Forgan.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking time to listen to our concerns. I did not bring any of my papers here because all the concerns have been said. I love Trilogy. I love our neighbors. I love the concept that I bought into. I love Shea. I think they've done an amazing job. I want to be an ambassador for them and their product. I sought them out to buy Shea Homes specifically. That's how much I like their product. However, I'm concerned because of the division and that there's not a road making us a unified community. Therefore, I would oppose the annexation and have a standalone community only. Thank you, happy holidays, and happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Harry Newman. And Frank Ribelli and Thomas Bergrantino.
My name is Harry Newman. I live at Lot 397 in Trilogy. I have been there since 2005. I am a full-time resident. I don't leave when it gets hot. I stay for the summer, so I consider myself a veteran. The only thing that I would like to add, since most of the points that I would mention have already been mentioned, is there are many days when I go up to the clubhouse and I have handicap parking. I can't find a spot. What is going to happen when you increase the number of people coming up there? And there'll be additional people who will have handicap parking, and righteously so, they should have a spot also. And I often wonder, is Shea in conformity with federal requirements as far as the ADA Act that was passed by Congress? So I would ask that that aspect be looked at, and if they are not, or if necessary increases must be made, that additional parking spot be allocated for people with handicap parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank, I assume I'm pronouncing this right, Ribelli. And coming out of the Pine Room, it's time to start out toward this direction, Howard and Jackie Radominsky. Oh, you snuck in, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Frank Ribley. My wife Carol and I have been Trilogy residents for 4.5 years. Our principal reason for choosing Trilogy was the smaller size of the community compared to others in the valley. Shea representatives sold us on the belief that this community would be no larger than 2,400 homes. We are now told that an additional 1,000 plus homes are planned for the community that has already outgrown its existing amenities capacity. When we purchased our new Shea home, we were told that at the completion of the original planned community, Shea's community-owned design and sales center would be converted to resident use to complete our amenity package. Adding an additional community would delay that conversion for many years. Our Kiva Club, center of our community, is already limited in providing the lifestyle to which we were all looking forward to. Examples: our multi-purpose room, the Tiwa room, has a maximum capacity of 220 people. That's less than 6% of the residents of the community. Our fitness and locker rooms, grossly undersized. The locker room can handle 3 people, and that's crowded. Our aerobic studio is vastly undersized. There's times now when you have to stand in line a half hour before the class just to have a chance to get into the class. Our Kiva Club Tuesday evening socials are overcrowded. We used to be able to go up and sit down and enjoy visiting with friends and neighbors. Anymore, that's not possible. There's no place to sit, and it takes 45 minutes to get a drink. These are problems that can't be remedied because of space constraints. Shea's planning to build a small community center in the new addition, but those facilities will only be large enough to accommodate the residents of that community, that addition. They don't provide a gathering space for any large number of residents indoor. Shea's marketing plan are to have the social center of Trilogy be the Kiva Club, which, as I have already stated, is grossly inadequate. If Shea's allowed to go forward with their plans, our already overburdened Kiva Club will even be more crowded with the additional residents of 1,000 homes. And this has a great impact on the quality of life which we were sold on and which we've come to expect. I ask that the City Council delay any vote on approving the Trilogy West community until such time as Shea Homes, acting as our sole board of directors, addresses the resident concerns that we have in a meaningful and constructive way. And I thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thomas Grantino, I'll let you pronounce it.
Yes.
And to come down from the Pine Room, Mike
Yes.
Holpuch. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. You're
My name is Tom Bergantino. I live at 12429 West Bahada Road, Peoria, Estancia. Everyone has been here so far has said just about everything that I would want to say, so I won't take much of your time. I'd like to just say this. I have a certain sense of kinship with one of the gentlemen who was here. I'm old, but I hope I don't seem grouchy. But, I am opposed to the rezoning, and I wish at the very least that if you don't make any decision, or do not make any decision this evening, that you put it off until all of these concerns have been discussed, considered seriously, and given the thought that they really deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Radominski.
Thank you for reuniting my wife and I. She was in Annexation West.
Okay,
and
one
I
more.
was here.
Brian Coleman, come out from the Pine Room. Go ahead.
I'd like to try to bring some new things in. I know we can't talk about the CC&Rs. Annexation is 2 paragraphs in this book. So when people say they should be familiar and have read them, this is what they look like. To Mr. Kemp, rezoning to you equals annexation to us. That's why you keep hearing it over and over and over again. They are one and the same, and to look at them differently, I believe, does a disservice to us. I would like, can I ask a question of Ms. Sigmund? Melissa, can I ask you a question? Is that allowed?
No, sir, you cannot. Make
Okay.
your statement and we move on.
Okay. In the zoning review 3, I believe, Shea changed their plan from a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet to 5,000 square feet. But I believe they're allowed a 20% variance, and on that 5,000 square foot chart, there's a little footmark 1, and 1 says they will build up to 40% of the homes at 4,000 square feet. So even though it was reported they've changed it to 5, it's still 4. And if I need to be corrected, I will be happy to be corrected, but that's the way I read it, and that's what I wanted to address. So those are some footnotes of things I heard today. The other thing, somebody mentioned before about a survey that was taken by a group of dissident homeowners. That person is still on our list. That person still gets emails. That person was invited to vote. The only reason that survey was taken was because on the June 17th outreach meeting, Shea Holmes, I was not here, it was my granddaughter's birthday, but it is on the citizen participation plan, said, if the majority are against this plan, we will not go forward. We keep asking for a vote, they wouldn't take one, so we took a survey to find out, should we stop complaining? Are we the majority or not? The vote was 70% against. The amenity that they're planning to build, the vote was 82% against. So people voted in different ways. I'd like to, I don't know how to do this, you're going to have to help me. We met with several council people last week. We were told some things that Shea told them that were different than we had. And I've prepared 8 pieces of information to give to all of you. One of them was, the Shea attorney said that our Kiva Club was not really that overcrowded. It was like, you don't build a church for Easter. On a video that Shea Holmes has put out on YouTube, that Mr. Looney and Mr. Fraley, I think isn't it Farley or Fraley, did, there's a 3-minute blurb on how bad the conditions are. And I wanted to play that video tonight, but I was told I cannot do so. So I do have for you the link, which I believe was sent to everybody earlier today, that says the locker rooms are crowded, you can't get a drink at happy hour, we're severely overcrowded, and that was a result of the focus group meetings that Shea took. So the people...
Your time is up, please conclude.
Okay, can I hand him my 4 packets?
Give them to the clerk.
Go to credibility. Things that their attorney told you that these all refute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie Radominski.
Good evening.
Excuse
I'm just a little out of breath from running from the
I need to call
city
one more
council
person down.
annexation.
Just a moment, I need to call one more person down. Walter Schumacher, Maker. Now you can go. Start
Okay.
over.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Radziminski. I live at 12715 West Redstone Drive. My husband and I have lived in Trilogy for 4 years. We have been married for 41 years, and after working for close to 50 years and raising our children, we decided to retire and enjoy the fruits of our labors in Arizona. Our goal was a small community, an active lifestyle, and to be with people who, like us, wanted to enjoy our lives without the complications and hectic pace of our working lives. Our close friends moved to Trilogy in 2007 and invited us to spend the Christmas holidays with them in their new home. They picked us up at the airport, and when we arrived at the front entrance, we immediately fell in love with the look and feel of Trilogy. Needless to say, in 2007, fewer people lived in Trilogy than in 2013. We went to the sales office, looked at the topo map, spoke to the salesperson, and began the process that eventually brought us here. We were told that the community was going to be under 2,400 homes and that they were selling at a brisk rate. Of course, this was just before the recession. We were also told how honorable and trustworthy the Shea family was. We were informed about the association and how the homeowners would self-govern after all the homes were sold. We were part of the Vistancia Master Plan. We were given a copy of the CC&Rs to sign. What we weren't made aware of was that everything we had been told was subject to change and that at the developer's will. Contained in this huge legal document are rules that can only be interpreted by that same developer. By adding 1,000 more homes, the lifestyle and retirement that we dreamed about and started to live are being undermined by the proposed construction of Trilogy West and any other future Shea annexations to our beautiful Trilogy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Holpuch? I'm sorry, the pronunciation is probably wrong. And
It's all
come
right.
down Joyce Gerard.
It's all right, nobody gets it right. It's Mike Holpuck.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I've been a resident of Trilogy since '06. Generally, I know when staff usually looks at new projects, one of the things that they look at is parking situations. Something that has not been addressed tonight by either the Shea folks or, I think, staff, and that is the parking issue at the Kiva Club. About 2 weeks ago, going down to get my mail in the evening, on a Tuesday evening, which is generally a social
I'm sorry,
event.
I'm going to interrupt you here.
Yes, sir.
We are talking about a rezoning in a different part, not what goes on at the Kiva Club.
No, I
Kiva
understand
Club
that.
has nothing to do with this issue.
I understand that. But what I wanted to say is when we add another 1,000 homes, the amenities that we have will not sufficiently park enough people. When I was there was 30 empty seats, or 30 empty parking spaces available. And you had another 2,000 residents. I don't know where we're going to put them. The other thing is that Shea, in their process of building, is going to build more two-story homes as models in our community where they should be built over in the new annexation or new area. And I just want to say I'm opposed to the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brian Coleman, and to come down would be Mary Gramis.
I'm
Some of you
Brian
are like me, you
Coleman.
want to be a physician. I can tell by your handwriting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm Brian Coleman. I live at 13081 West Desert Vista Trail in Trilogy. It's hard to find some issue that hasn't been talked about yet tonight. We have a zoning case before us. Attached to that is the A word. I won't say it. If this were just a zoning case without the A word, this chamber would be empty. I mean, all the passion you're hearing, and it's not all negative, but all the passion you're hearing is over the issue that the city says we have no control over, that we only have control over zoning. Well, let me just take one other issue that hasn't been addressed, and then I'll kind of come to my conclusion. Taking essentially a fully built 2,400 lot development and joining it to 1,000 vacant lots puts the existing homeowners at substantial risk for what can happen to HOA dues in the future. There is no commensurate reward to the current residents of Trilogy if this development is a smashing success. There obviously is a great reward to Shea, and I don't have any hard feelings about that. But we are commingled in terms of our HOA due structures for a decade or more, going into what is a very uncertain real estate market. So what could go wrong in the next 10 years in housing development? Well, let's see. The economy could fall back into recession. We have one every 7 years. We're 3 years since one just ended. There will be a major increase in interest rates that's going to clobber the whole housing market. The pool of financially sound 55 and over buyers, the pool is getting bigger, but how many of them are financially qualified? The papers are filled with articles about how this next cohort of soon-to-retire people have not saved for their retirement, let alone their dream retirement home. It's very likely in a decade there will be some kind of federal budget crisis, and out of that crisis is going to come plans that are already on the shelf to cut entitlements for the senior citizens and Social Security and Medicare, draining money out of the pool that can go into a housing market. And last but not necessarily least, Shea itself has a $750 million bond coming due in 2018. It carries an interest rate over 8%. They're going to have to roll that bond over, or we could have problems elsewhere in this whole complex. So what can council do now? You can't fix all these financial concerns. What I ask is that what you can, and you don't have control over annexation, we know that. And we've suggested that maybe Shea should do a vote and demonstrate that, in fact, a majority of the residents of Trilogy want to partner with them in this risky venture in return for the new amenities we get in the new community and some additional residents. We know you can't require them to hold a vote, but you can turn down their zoning proposal. And you might say, we turn it down until you bring back to us solid evidence that's impartial, and conclusive that the majority of the residents want this development, as you yourself have said that you would not undertake it unless there's support from the community.
Sir, your time is up. Please conclude your
If the
remarks.
majority supports it, I'll go along with it.
Thank you. Walter Schumacher, maker? No? Joyce Gerard? Mary Grams?
Yes.
Hey, I got one.
Okay.
George Stevens, come on down.
And yes, you did pronounce my name right. Thank you. Are we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
With all due respect to the attorney's remark about annexation, I would like to stress to the council that zoning approval equals annexation, as has been clearly articulated by Shea. Rezoning this property into Trilogy West will absolutely impact the quality of life enjoyed by current Trilogy residents. I'm asking the council to consider the cause and effect of such rezoning. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the potential traffic concerns inside the Trilogy complex. As I'm sure you're already aware and have been told several times tonight, Trilogy has currently about 2,300 homes, which equals greater than 4,000 cars currently using the roads within the Trilogy complex. This, of course, does not include construction, delivery services, or guests, nor does it include the anticipated additional traffic to the sales center and Kiever Club by potential buyers in Trilogy West, which is not even connected to the original Trilogy. An increase of another 1,100 homes would add, at minimum, 1,500 more cars using those streets. The Kiva Club, for example, has many functions a week, usually in the early evening hours, where the parking lot becomes full to capacity, and many folks leave due to inability to find parking. This causes traffic congestion in and out of the Kiva Club during this time, never mind that the parking lot can barely hold the cars attending these events in today's environment. Assuming 25% of the intended new homeowners were attempting to attend events at the Kiva Club, would result in yet another 275 cars at minimum trying to access those roads. We simply do not have the room, and I have not heard anything from Shea as to how they would mitigate this impact. I would also have to question the wear and tear on the infrastructure of the roads within Trilogy and the imminent result in an increased HOA fees for repair and maintenance of such roads. Shea today has provided no plans to link Trilogy West to Trilogy except by exit entry through the security gates of both developments. Without any linkage via pedestrian pathways, the traffic in and out of the main entrance will dramatically increase. Further, Shea has not provided any finalized plan for a private road to link the two developments. Such a road would heavily impact residents in the northwest corner of Trilogy, the very group where they have so much support. I question if that support would be maintained if they knew that a private road was going to be built in their front or backyards. Shea has already told us that they're looking into purchasing the land west of the current Trilogy south of Dixiletta. So if you add the additional homes there, that's an even greater number of homes impacting the infrastructure of Trilogy. There is a real snowball effect to approving this zoning initiative.
Please conclude your remarks. Your time is up.
Oops, which will absolutely impact the quality of life. I'm dead opposed, and I'm asking that you delay your decision for at least 120 to 160 days to allow a better infrastructure study. Thank you.
Thank you. George Stevens? And come down, Tom Holan, H-O-L, looks like H-O-L-A-N. Holan. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. I, too, moved to Trilogy many years ago when we moved from Scottsdale, thinking that we felt that we needed to be in a community and have people around us. And one of the things that drew our attention there was the closeness and the neighbors and the people. We also at one time had a lot in Pebble Creek that was mentioned earlier. We were embraced by the people in the Trilogy, and certainly that was our feeling of wanting to be there. What I believe has happened is, by many of the people have stated about the salespeople, was an over-promising and under-delivering in what they've done. I think the business model for Shea is an outdated one. I don't think that we visited their one in La Quinta and some of their others. And with that, we believe that they don't know the true retiree today, or that person that's 55 and up, and the needs that they had, and so the facilities are certainly inadequate. For this to be a flagship, I think they need to relook at their business model. So with that, they're all inadequate in every way, and certainly adding people to that is going to make it that much more difficult. I know that they even believe it themselves, Shea does, because they put a survey out and asked everyone, what you use and what you don't use, and then we also offer you money to improve it. Very inadequate about the amount of money as well. Some of the facilities aren't used because of a yogiism, and I know baseball is here in Peoria, is that no one goes there anymore because it's too crowded. And we run into that kind of situation. So I'm very much against the rezoning. I have no problem of any company building and growing, but they should do it separate from ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Joyce Gerard.
She didn't have anything else to add, and she's over in Pine that I'll run back to, but she said thank you very much.
Oh, okay, thank you. Tom Holen. Sir, you're in the orange. What is your name?
Walter Schumacher.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put yours away.
That's all right.
Or you're up next.
I went to Catholic grammar school, and one of the things I'll never forget Sister Marie telling me is, Tom, be sure and have good penmanship. The last name is Nolan, not Holen.
You're qualified to be a doctor.
Well, thank you very much for your time and patience. We really appreciate it. I just want to let the council people know that there's another over 130 people in the Pine Room, all of which are opposed to the rezoning and the annexation. So I wanted to let that out. One of the things is, as I listen to everybody speak, and I know it does get repetitious, I almost think of a home that I grew up in where, there was a brother and a sister and family, and gosh, it was very harmonious. We'd look forward to birthday parties and Christmas, and everything was going great until Dad lost his job. And that family began to feel stress and to feel anger and to feel emotions that were not positive. You are all human. We are all human. Hear what I have to say. What I just told you, we're experiencing as a community. We need your help to make our community whole. I'm a proud member of the Trilogy Annexation Committee. To a member, we are not opposed to Shea building. We are not opposed. We enjoy your product. We never would have bought from you unless we loved and enjoyed your product. Build it separately. Do it as standalone. Keep the same zoning. You guys are going to build no matter what. I know that, and you know that. You've invested too much to walk away from it. Lastly, what I will say is
Please,
that...
I'm not going to tolerate outbursts. I will clear the room.
Not from me.
Not from you.
No, well, I can go back to Sister Mary. She warned me about that as well.
Unless you burst into applause.
Okay. Gosh, okay, I got plenty of time here. One of the things that we want to really emphasize is that the Planning Commission feels that Trilogy West would be substantially the same as the existing Trilogy. That's not true. Nothing could be further from the truth, as a matter of fact. Trilogy West, 40%, they can build on 4,000 square foot lots, as Howard pointed out. The smallest home site in Trilogy is 5,500 plus square feet. They can build an unlimited number of two-story homes. That's an anomaly. That's not us. Smaller lots mean smaller homes, okay? And they're going to have smaller lots. Again, I'm not opposed to Trilogy building. God bless you. I know you're going to do it anyway. You'll have our support if you keep it separate, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Schumacher. Thank you. And coming down is Stan McCormick and Robert Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Walter Schumacher. I live at Trilogy. I did provide 8 copies of my presentation, but in the interest of time, I'm going to just cut to the chase. And that's actually an issue that hasn't been brought up yet. Aside from the overcrowding of the amenities, Shea's planned development will result in a quantifiable financial loss to each of the current Trilogy homeowners. Here are some simple figures that I think help illustrate my contention. Shea's cost of the Kiva Club, buildings and the equipment, the park structures of our recreation park is conservatively $19 million in 2015 dollars. That equates to about $8,000 of value for each of the 2,375 homeowners that currently make up Trilogy. Shea will add 1,016 new households to the Trilogy community, but they're only going to invest $4 million, again in 2015 dollars, into the additional Trilogy West amenities package, which equates to about $4,000 per home, or about 50% of the decrease from the original Trilogy investment. Now, when you look at all combined, you looked at the combined amenities package, they're worth about $23 million, again, 2015 dollars, and this equates to about $6,800 for each of the planned 3,391 homeowners. So the problem is then, each original Trilogy homeowner will see a loss of about $1,200, or a 15% dilution in their ownership interest in the amenities package that both places will have. And that, $1,200 equates to about $2.9 million overall. In simplest terms, the city's approval of Shea's zoning rezoning proposal, followed by the annexation, the A word, financially dilutes the amenities share value of each homeowner in Trilogy, current homeowner. Now, my figures come from the Association Financials and the government inflation indices that I looked up. However, I suspect Shea will refute these figures. That's fine. But this, in my opinion, gives you more reason to consider my request to delay any decision until this and all related issues can be sorted out and determine what are the facts, and most important, what are the consequences to us as homeowners of the rezoning issue. Thank you very much. And again, you have this copy.
Thank you. Stan McCormick, and come on down, Gloria Migal.
Stan McCormick, a full-time resident of Trilogy, and I would love to give you my 3-minute speech. It's brilliant. However, it would be a complete violation of the redundancy rule, which I'm not going to do. All my points were very adequately covered by the prior speakers. I'm very much in favor of Shea's petition to rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Robert P. Johnson.
Hi, good evening.
And just a moment, please. I have another one from Bruce Strand. If it's the same Bruce Strand, you only get to talk once. Otherwise, Darnell Allen. You're up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Robert Johnson, and my wife and I moved to Trilogy about 7 years ago from North Scottsdale because it reminded us of North Scottsdale, except without the snob factor. So it's a beautiful, beautiful area. We're very much in favor of the expansion of the change in zoning because we like Trilogy. But more than that, after 9 new homes in our professional careers, I have experience with Shea Homes. And I want to talk about their character and integrity. We moved from Scottsdale. We lived in a Shea home, and it was a larger development than Vistancia, and we moved over here, fell in love with the place. They've treated us very, very well, and it's the known versus the unknown for me. I know Shea. I want them to take that property and develop it into Trilogy. The others, I don't know. So my comment has to do with the character and the integrity of this company. They can get the job done. They did not abandon us when the economy went south in 2008, and they won't again. So I very much am in favor of the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gloria McGall, Darnell Allen from the Pine Room, and Rex McDowell.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Gloria Michael, and my husband and I have lived in Trilogy since April of 2006. And I remember the first time we drove through those gates of Trilogy. It was that feeling, that look, made me feel good. And what do you tie all that back to? You tie that back to the Trilogy branding, which all of us love, have grown to love, and many of us want to see stay in our community. And if by going through the rezoning and we add Trilogy West to our current Trilogy, for many of us, that ensures us that that Trilogy branding will stay in place, and we fully support that rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Darnell Allen, good. And Don Paisley's, come on down.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I
I'm not going to say a lot what has already been said earlier this evening, but there's a couple of things that I wish that Shea would do. It hasn't been very transparent in how they handled this whole situation. We have a great divide within the community that I think that's all been talked about, but we need to have another vote. I know the council doesn't want to hear that, but we need to have another vote. The first vote that took place was when a lot of the people were either going back to their homes up north or they're in the process of leaving. All the meetings that took place because the individuals, we didn't have a large amount of individuals that represented the entire community. This is the time to take that next vote. And I have nothing against your product. You have great product. That was one of the reasons why we bought. But we need to have the vote. And the last thing I'd like to add is that I know you don't want to hear about the HOA fees, but HOA fees go up every year, and we have no representation at those HOA meetings. So therefore, in my opinion, it's like taxation without representation. We need to have representation on the board, and even though you're going to allow 2 members on the board, according to what you mentioned earlier this year, that will be on the board, I don't think the majority of the board is still going to be run by Shea, and I can't believe that anyone that's employed by Shea is going to go against Shea's interests. I have no...
Once again, I'm going to cut this one off. We have no control over the HOA
I understand that.
or the board. So
I understand that, but
please speak to the rezoning issue.
But you need to hear what the people want, what people hear, and even though you have no control over it.
Sir, the builder needs to hear what the people want when you're talking about your HOA dues and everything else. The city has no control over this.
Okay, fine. The city seems like it doesn't have much control over a lot of things that are going on here tonight. But Shea, we need to get the community back together. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Don Paisley and Jeff Kelly down and Mary Jacobu. Something like that, close? No? Are you one of the names?
I'm Jeff Kelly.
Come on up.
I could give Shea a shirt bag, it just doesn't fit.
Oh.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Jeff Kelly. I live in Trilogy, 27669 North McKenna. I'm here tonight to oppose. Been working on this for a long time. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Kemp. This has everything to do with annexation. Shea has stated publicly several times, and we've talked to Ms. Carlott several times, and they keep on telling us we have nothing to do with HOAs. I fully understand that. However, your decisions that you can make, and you can make your decisions on anything. You're not tied to, specifics. You can vote your conscience. But, my family, we have 6 homes in Trilogy. And unfortunately, I have to follow my big sister. She got up here first, and you talk about for and against. Well, she's for the annexation, but the other 5 members are all against. So, you talk about divide, and there is a little bit of divide. But anyhow, the planning and zoning recommendation for you appears to be pretty straightforward. Good request. It's a rezoning, and Shea could certainly build another wonderful community, has been stated several times here tonight. And I know, because I've lived in Trilogy longer than most people here, my folks were the 3rd people to buy in Trilogy, they would have 100% of our support. But, under the current situation here, we talk about overcrowded facilities. There's a health and safety concern too. These overcrowded facilities, the parking lots are full, contrary to what some have stated. You cannot. I would wish that you could all come out and actually experience the Trilogy experience. It's a great experience, but it has gotten crowded. And as they say, Shea maintains 100% control. The annexation occurs if you concur with them in the zoning change. All we're asking you, because we have no say, we can talk to Shea until we're blue in the face. It makes no difference. We have no say. All we do is we're obligated. The annexation will encumber us, each and every one of us. Shea can walk out of here anytime they want and turn it over. There's nothing in this package, and anything anybody's talked tonight, that encumbers Shea. What a sweet deal. Now, I don't think that if a developer came to the city and wanted to encumber them in a manner that they want to encumber us, I'm pretty positive, because I've been involved with city administrations in the past, you wouldn't go for that deal. It's not a good deal. So
Like I say, a win-win-win would be how can we all live in harmony? We live in harmony with we love Trilogy. We're great friends. What we need to do is have Shea build a standalone community. What would they lose? A lot of profit to be gained there. I know it, and they know it. And my time's up, but thank you.
Thank you. Don Paisley?
I get to jump to the front of the line. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, I'm sorry that we tend to confuse HOA issues with zoning issues, but in our minds, they're awfully closely related. And we're so frustrated with some of the HOA and resource issues that we don't have any ears to talk to. And tonight we have you folks, so we're unloading on you. Thank you. I don't have a whole lot more to say about the issues. I question, I'm not sure what public sentiment has to play in your thinking on this whole thing. But obviously, public sentiment does have some value, or we wouldn't have this tremendous crowd here representing both ideas. I can say that there have been representations that the community strongly supports the rezoning as based in focus groups that were conducted over a period of time with more than 900 residents. But as a former professional market researcher, I can tell you that data was desperately flawed. And I confronted the market researcher in the process of the focus groups, asking if he wasn't bound to provide unbiased research to his client. Well, it was a fruitless conversation. At the same time, the market research performed by the annexation group, fairly meaningless as well. It was the best that they could do. But again, I don't know why we even bother with it unless we fully understand what the role of public sentiment is in your decision-making process. I assume that the zonings and everything is, again, for the benefit of the residents of our area. And if that's the case, I hope you will indeed take into account public sentiment and take a look at see who's represented here tonight. Thanks so much. See you next time.
Thanks very much. Mary Jacoby? Yes. I assume it's Jacoby?
I really wasn't planning to speak, so I'm just using whatever here. Okay, I live in Trilogy for 5 years now, and I'm representing the elderly part of this country. And the reason why I moved here was I had a choice, Chicago, Florida, or here. And I said, I won't live in the desert. But my son took me around, and we looked around. We looked at Sun City. We looked at Oliver. We came to Trilogy. Green grass, beautiful, so forth. Small, gated community. I came from a gated community in North Carolina, much smaller, not quite as frivolous. But when I moved in, it was 100 houses. When I left, they were up to 1,000. The builders had annexed the land across the lake, and the quality of the place had already gone down. You could see the difference with the different people coming in, and this was an over 55 bed. And that was my requisition, small community, gated community, because I'm a senior citizen, I'm alone, and I had no fear if the doors weren't locked at night. I had no fears of some kids coming in my yard. You get this to be larger, they always say, oh, it's much better if we have a bigger place. Well, not necessarily. Quality is better than quantity. And that's what I feel. I feel that if we do annex, we're going to have not only more problems, we're going to have more police patrol because drugs, burglaries, and et cetera, with crime. We have all these little go-karts on the road. Drive down to Sun City. You're terrified to go into that part of the country because all these little cars and carts and everything. Golf carts are bad enough that we have, but if you're going to have allowing them to go back and forth, that is not going to be very good. As I say, I just was John down here. But our amenities here, we have beautiful amenities, and let us keep them as they are. I've gone to other places. In fact, let's take Shay's place over in Palm Springs. It's nothing like ours. I mean, this is a beautiful place to live. This is a place I'd like to live the last of my life. And, okay, they can have, pardon me, make Sunset, like Sun City West, Sun City Grand, okay, make that a whatever over there. But keep them there, keep them, I mean, it's nothing against the people, but we don't have the room for everybody here. It's just one of those things that the lots are small. When I came here, we downsized, yeah, but at least we don't have to open our window and the neighbor give us our coffee. I mean, we're that far apart yet. But you're putting these lots that they're making them 1,000 feet smaller. You're going to have the people behind cooking. Oh, can I have off with the fence? So please bear in mind when you're talking about annexation let us know. Thank you for your time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Robert Schwartz, Joyce, I assume it's Frame, Frame, and Eric Rosenstein.
Hi, my name is Rex McDowell. You called my name a little earlier.
Are you up for a second time?
No, I haven't been up yet.
Oh, okay.
You just skipped my... yeah, I'm happy that I'm at the end of this, so all the things I was going to say are already said, so I can get out of here early. I'm a big fan of Trilogy. In fact, the Trilogy Corporation's website has used my story as an advertisement for the last several months. If you go to the Trilogy Corporation website and you look for Rex McDowell Hits His Stride, click on the link, you'll see a picture of me and my story on how happy I am at Trilogy. I love the community, the people, the amenities, and the house that Shay built me. But I'm 100% against the annexation for many reasons that will hurt my lifestyle. I have a bunch of other reasons, but I would love for Shay to build a new community where everybody can experience the Trilogy lifestyle, but not at the expense of my lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce? Is it Frame or Frommy?
Yeah, believe it or not, it's just Frame.
Oh.
Plain and simple Frame.
Thank you. And Jack McCleary and Scott Carty? Oh, we're coming to the end here. I'm sorry, go right ahead now.
Hi, my name is Joyce Frame. I live in Trilogy, obviously. I just want to make it simple. We came here and bought a house 6 years ago, and we were told, like everybody else, what it was supposed to be. I realize that Shay realizes they can make money doing something different by adding on to, well, not doing something different, but adding on to our community, and it's economically feasible for them to do that. I realize that the city of Peoria looks at it as, great, I can build another 1,000 houses and we don't have to put a school in. So we win. Everybody wins except the people that live in Trilogy right now. And I guess that's my point. We're the ones that are going to have to pay the price. Overcrowded facilities, which you've heard, and everything else that goes with it. And if the only way I can stop this is to ask for you not to approve the zoning, then that's all I'm doing. Because right now, as everybody said, it's divided the community. It's just going to keep going on and on. So if this is the way to end the whole thing right now, then just don't approve the zoning, and we'll all just go on our merry way. Everybody will be living in the community that they came into, and they got what they thought they were going to get, and everything's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Rosenstein, and then Jack McCleary and Scott Carty. Are you Jack Carty?
No, I'm Schwartz.
You are.
You want to go first?
I'm Robert Schwartz.
Oh, sorry. You're next.
Is he going first?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council persons. My name is Eric Rosenstein. I've lived in Trilogy since 2007. I'm not going to read from any notes. Most of what I had to say has already been said. I bought into Trilogy. It was a lifestyle choice for me. I love the product. I have nothing against Shay. They've been very helpful to me personally. I would be in support of this rezoning if the facilities in the new part of Trilogy were more proportionally represented. As I understand, gentleman previously has already commented that there's about $20 million worth of facilities that are spread out over 2,400 homeowners. The addition will see, I think, approximately $4 million worth of facilities spread out over an additional 1,000 people. That, to me, is an erosion of my lifestyle value. our lifestyle value. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, I apologize.
I'm Robert Schwartz, and I live in Trilogy. Shea has done neither so good a job as those they bust in and provided T-shirts for, maintain, nor so bad a job as others here argue. But they have not done a good job of listening to residents or correcting their mistakes, many of which are dreadfully obvious. The 3 times a week I use their undersized locker rooms with the slippery floors so dangerous to old folks. The weight room and the movement room are also too small. Those who use them regularly tell me. Shea can probably build a community better than some builders, worse than others, but I am asking council members to put off approval until Shea addresses some of the problems in their community building number 1, the Kiva Club, instead of hoping that a better designed community building number 2 solves everything. Please postpone action tonight and give Shea some time to solve more problems at their first location before letting them add a second. Council has the power to act or not act tonight. I urge the council to postpone action tonight.
Thank you very much. Jack McCleary and then Scott Carty.
I'm Scott. I'm
Okay, go for it.
Bring that up. This is the highest it's been tonight. When I came here, I didn't plan on speaking tonight, or I would have shaved and gotten a larger shirt. But as I thought about it, I decided I did want to say a few things. And I got a couple points. One is, this is our 6th home, I believe. And all of our previous homes, we listened to real estate agents. We listened to people that were trying to sell us something. And they told us things that we thought were true, and we found out later that they weren't true, but you live with it. And you understand that they're in the business to make money. We're in the business to buy a home. Not everything that they say is going to be actually truthfully borne out over time. And a lot of times the real estate agents don't know. They're truthful when they're telling you, yeah, they're not going to cut down those trees behind your house. And then 5 years later, we find out the trees are cut down. At the time, they were telling us the truth. So I just wanted to say that, because a lot of people have said that Shea was untruthful. Well, they probably were telling the truth as the truth was at the time they knew it. I think I'm making that point. The other thing is that this process tonight is kind of like a football team. We're meeting in a public forum. We're kind of duking it out. We're giving it our best shot. But we know that there's only going to be one winner at the end of the night. My goal is that when that's over, we shake hands and we move on. Because we can't let this type of situation ruin our relationship with our friends and neighbors. And that's the point that I want to make, that at the end of this thing, irregardless of the final vote, we need to be friends and neighbors and live our life. And the most important thing is, we came down here and we bought here because we love the Trilogy lifestyle, and we don't want that to change, irregardless of what happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jack McCleary and Murray Allen. Okay, then the last speaker is Rod Jarvis. Okay, hang on, Ron. Well, the next step is, this is a public meeting. Let me open the public comment meeting. Does anyone care to address this issue who has not already spoken? Please come down. Why I don't have your form, I don't know. It probably got put into one of those stacks. Yeah, the other stacks. More the merrier.
Thank you.
Please give us your name, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
That's easy. Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. My name is Gail Long, and my husband and I have lived in Trilogy since 2007. As this is a rezoning case, in essence, it is a lifestyle case. As such, I would like to highlight 3 negative impacts of maintaining the existing zoning rather than adopting the zoning that is being requested by Shea Homes. Looking at the family-style developments that are currently being built in North Peoria, excuse me. It's late. Past my bedtime, guys.
That's the first time I've been accused of being North Korea.
We can assume that most of these homes would be larger than those proposed under the requested zoning change. The vast majority of these homes would be 2-story. This type of development would mean a larger population within the same amount of space. Under the existing zoning, we can anticipate 3 to 4 cars per home. This would result in more traffic on connector roads, on Vistancia Boulevard, and by extension, Happy Valley. This translates into slower drive times, probably more aggravation, and definite possibility of more traffic accidents. As there would be more and larger homes with more people per home, there would be a greater impact on our water resources, not only just in the daily use of water for laundry, landscaping, etc., but looking at current development in northern Peoria, we can surmise that most of these new, larger homes would also have swimming pools in their backyards. This would place even greater strain on our existing water resources. With these larger 2-story family homes directly abutting the western boundary of Trilogy, there will be a loss of view and a decrease in privacy for those homes in Trilogy built along that wall. We can expect the value of those homes will decrease. This creates a downward pull on property values in all of Trilogy. More importantly, the east-west access to these parcels is Dixoletta, which is a public street. If zoning remains as it is, traffic going through Trilogy will increase tremendously. Not only will there be more vehicles, there will be school buses going through the community of Trilogy at least twice a day. It is safe to assume that those homes along Dixoletta will also lose value. We can therefore anticipate that the lower prices for these homes will decrease property values in Trilogy. In addition, the quality of life within the entire community will be negatively impacted. Trilogy will no longer be the oasis of tranquility it is now. Thank you for giving me the time to show you my concerns.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience who has not spoken that cares to address this issue? Yes, sir.
I'm going to speak just on the history of zoning in the Valley. I've been coming to Arizona since 1974, and I moved into Trilogy a year and a half ago. My name's Ron Schaub. During 1974, when I first came out here, I was amazed because I came to a desert with a lot of orange trees. And basically, that's all you could see was orange trees and a lot of desert. There actually was separations between towns. You knew when you were leaving Scottsdale and driving through the desert to get to Tempe, and then from Tempe, you would drive to Chandler through the desert. Well, people that haven't experienced that process aren't aware of just what's going to take place here. The West Valley didn't start developing until 101 was completed to 17, which was just a little over 10 years ago. Now, if you drive down Happy Valley Road to get to Trilogy, and you look and you see nothing but real estate signs. Well, what I saw and experienced over the time that I've been visiting Arizona is exactly what I'm seeing experience here in the West Valley. Now, people should have done a little bit better job of following the history, because this is where everybody's coming. Right, we have a little oasis here. We came here and sold in New Jersey and sold in Scottsdale and came up here because of it. But we didn't kid ourselves with the fact that there wasn't going to be growth here. Now, I'm totally in favor of the zoning, because I like the little oasis we have, and it's going to get a little bit bigger with the zoning change, but at least we're still an oasis. If we don't protect that, it's going to be just like going to Mesa or going to Tempe or going to Chandler when you don't know when you're in one neighborhood or another neighborhood. As far as Shea is concerned, you've worked with them, you've given them zoning approvals in the past. They have done an outstanding job. I was a facilities manager with a large corporation, had a lot to do with construction, worked with all kinds of companies and everything. I cannot say that I even met their match. I know I never met their better. So everybody's got to get used to this because it's going to happen. I want it to happen with our control and the type of community that we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sorry, I'm a little slow with my foot. My name is Linda Parker, and I live at Trilogy. My husband and I came here first not too long after Trilogy had opened in 2004, and we didn't buy until 4 years ago, but we were back once or twice a year. And the reason I'm asking you to not approve this zoning is we studied what this community was supposed to be. We studied what Vistancia was going to do. We looked at T.W. Lewis. We looked at Blackstone. We decided we wanted a home in a senior development. What you had approved during that time period was similar to what we lived in California, which was larger lots. We were from Oregon originally. We first came to California, and it was 60 by 100. We died. I mean, it was like, let me out of this little box. When I was in California, and I've been gone several months, one of my friends wanted to go look at other places. So I agreed. And they're trying to get me, obviously, to go there. I've also been to ones in Florida just recently. So I've seen what some planned developments have done. In California, for instance, Trilogy has Rio Vista. Rio Vista, I wish I could show you pictures. You're looking down fences. You're looking down multiple backyards. In some cases, you're even above their backyard, looking into it. And they're getting all the, the traffic stuff, all the bad air from that. The point is, you zoned for a different type of community. This community, no one has said tonight, we can't tell right now that Vistancia will accept an increased Trilogy. That's another point that's been let just to sit there and not been addressed, plus all of the others you've heard. To vote for a planning proposal like this when you have this kind of opposition does not make sense if you represent us. One other thing I addressed in the planning meeting, and I want to address here now, is I heard the statements made in the city's focus that people at Trilogy had all these meetings, they attended, they got all this participation. I can tell you what participation meant. We were not allowed to speak. When we went to the board meeting, no one was allowed to speak. Now, that's not conforming to what the council has required of Shea to prove what kind of support they have. When you tell people, when they come to a focus meeting, and you tell people that they cannot speak when it's about their own property.
Your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
My conclusion is that we bought in Trilogy because we wanted to live in a beautiful place. I like it. My husband has passed away. It's important for me to see
Thank you very
value.
much.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Marie Britton. I don't usually speak in public, so forgive me. My concern, I'm one of those people that look into all the details and read all the contracts, and believe me, I probably know more about stuff than you do. joke. But it's true that I think I do have a big concern. I've been concerned about a precedent that's being set where you're having one community that is dividing over the Vistancia line. There's the Vistancia greater community that pays for the individuals in there, pay for the trails, the parks, the monuments, the beautification of the roads. We're taking one community now, or any outside community, it doesn't have to be this community, but any of the other ones that are going to start connecting their neighborhoods into the Vistancia Master Trail System, which is the maintenance is paid for solely by Vistancia residents, not by outside developments, no matter what they pay the city. We're required as members within those boundaries of the greater Vistancia to maintain, to pay in and maintain all that master trail system. That master trail system was designed for the number of people within Vistancia. This zoning package connects their neighborhoods right into the trail system. Once that precedent is set, what happens for the next development right next door? Do they get to connect right into our master trail system? Do we have to continue to pay for the maintenance of those trail systems and the beautification of the roads for as long as it goes? Those kind of questions never come up. And I don't know why, but those are things that affect us. It becomes really quite a burden to live within Vistancia. And it seems like that you've got a big investment in a large community here that needs to get built out. And if you are making it more advantageous for people to build outside of Vistancia and reap all the benefits, and they can lure those buyers out there saying, hey, you get to have all this, but you don't have to pay for it, that affects the values of our home. And it does also diminish our quality of life, because now those trails are going to become crowded, and we're going to have to pay for those increased maintenance costs, and none of this has been provided for. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the council members for giving us the opportunity to talk tonight. You know, I appreciate what the mayor said, not to be redundant. So much has been said that so much what I wanted to say. But I was listening to this young lady do a presentation on the zoning, and I appreciate Mr. Kemp over here reminding us that this is what this is about, the rezoning. What I saw in this presentation, I saw nothing that would cause me to say this property does not qualify for rezoning. I've worked with Shea. I bought my home here about 5 years ago. Shea is a fine organization. And Trilogy is really a small business, if you look at it, maybe a big business. The people who run Trilogy, there are many things they have to worry about. Many agencies work with, OSHA, the Environmental Protection Agency, health departments, both local, state, federal. And I'm glad that Shea is desirous of developing this land for a number of reasons. One thing being that there'll be a good steady hand here for many years to come to guide us into the future. And the fact that this is going to be basically a downzoning, it's going to be something compatible with what we have right now. It will be people, not family living, but adult active living. And I think that's good for our community. So I can't say enough about Shea. I can't say enough about Shea. I've got a headache too, but I don't know how you guys do this. But to listen to all this, my hat's off to you. But anyway, I've had a lot of experience with Shea. Bought my home, you bet. There's some things went wrong. Minor things. Every time they came back and they fixed it. From the time Joy and I, my wife, drove in here to buy our home, the work with Shea, and this really comes down to a matter of character, I think, what you're looking for too, as a reason to rezone this. Not only that, there's nothing that I saw here that would disqualify this rezoning, then you're talking about the qualifications and the character of the company that's going to do it. Shea's a company that can do it. They've got a structure. It's a smooth running organization. They know what they're doing. We need that type of management for the future, and I heartily endorse them and would ask you to give them favorable consideration for this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Murray Allen. I'm a Trilogite.
I don't have any notes. I'm not going to tell you if I'm for it or against it. In fact, I'm actually amazed watching you that you're all alert, you're watching, your eyes are open. With this dog and pony show going on, I'm amazed that there's anything said at all that you can listen to and make decisions related to zoning. In fact, I don't know if I've heard anything tonight that says anything about the zoning issue. So I hope you guys know what you're doing, because we don't. I think the message is that I think the message is that Shea is probably listening and realizing that they've got a little homework to do to bring our community back together, and I hope that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Reluctant as I am to say this is still a public meeting. Does anyone who hasn't yet spoken care to address this issue? Mr. Jarvis.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rod Jarvis. I'm representative of Shea Homes, the applicant here. First of all, the 5,000 square foot lot minimum, we really mean it. We really mean it because Councilwoman Carlott, who represents this particular district in which this particular property is located, has been working with this case very closely for many months, listening to the neighbors, listening to the members, and she let us know that we needed to increase the minimum lot size. There's no subterfuge here. We will not be doing some sort of end run and say, but we get a 20% variance or anything. The minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet. You know, there's been an awful lot of talk about HOA issues, about amenities. I'm happy to answer questions about those, but the city attorney has clearly pointed out, and he's correct, we're here to talk about zoning. I'm not going to step over that line. Unless I'm asked a question, I will answer that question, obviously. But I would like to point out something that's, I think, very important. In addition to the fact that this is a unique zoning case which does not increase density but rather lowers it, it's a unique zoning case that preserves the existing already hard zoned use. In addition to that, this is a zoning case that presents a great economic benefit to the entire city of Peoria. The total investment we're talking about is $390 million. The sales tax revenue from the construction, $20 million. The property tax revenue, $3 million a year. New infrastructure to the tune of $38 million. Impact fees and permits, $23 million. Marketing and sales, which benefits Peoria, $33 million. And local spending by these good people who, their demographic is one that has available dollars to spend, $25 million a year of buying. You can compute what kind of tax revenue that represents. There's been a lot of talk about credibility. I have never worked with a client that does the kind of outreach that has been done in this case. This has been many, many months of work, extensive meetings with members and input from members long before we ever even applied for a pre-application conference. I've never had a client do this kind of work. This is an amazing outreach. You've heard that we have not reached agreement with everyone. I understand that, but we have reached agreement with a great many. We do believe that we have widespread support. We do believe we have a majority of support. I can go into the reasons for that, but I know that that won't convince the folks who believe otherwise. Nevertheless, we do. This is a lower density, enhanced established use, and a great economic benefit. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll call you back if we have questions.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time, appreciate your efforts, and I appreciate your patience. And thanks for laughing at the bad jokes. Council, questions or comments? Mr. Ames?
Yes, I heard many things here today, and I'm quite concerned about the discord in the community. We know Vistancia is one of the, and Trilogy, maybe even more so, one of our prime areas where our citizens live. We know they love the place a lot, and I think there's been a kind of breakdown here. One of the things that, we said this is a zoning, but the zoning includes impacts of various kinds, including on transportation. It includes amenities that are supposed to fit the development. And I do have a concern, maybe this is more for our planning director, about transportation access and impacts and roadside maintenance, because we do have this unique situation occurring where we have two recreational centers, but in Trilogy One, regular Trilogy, and in Trilogy West, but you can't directly connect, and you have to go outside of the gate, and you have to go down Vistancia Boulevard, and then make your way in. And we had a presentation on that, some of the necessary turns right and left to do that. I haven't seen that that's been studied and looked at yet, and for that reason, I'm not really ready to vote on this. I need to know about those impacts.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Ames, we have received a traffic impact report from the developer. We've been working with the developer based on that traffic report, and it does address the intersection analysis at all the major intersections along Vistancia Boulevard, including their access point and including the access points into Trilogy. And based on those traffic projections, both the existing infrastructure and the proposed infrastructure that will be part of this Trilogy West development, we feel that they've addressed all of the traffic impacts. And if you, one thing of note for an age-restricted community from a traffic generation standpoint, it generates about 38% of what a regular standard residential single-family development would generate. So the traffic projections are actually a lot less than what you would get as in a standard subdivision.
I think you're just looking at people going off to work and so forth, but you're going to have people moving from one area to the other area to access the recreational centers in the other area. So I think this is a unique situation, and I'm not sure you've addressed that traffic impact. And won't there need to be other turn lanes that will be needed to accommodate that?
Mayor, members of the council, based on the traffic report, no, there won't be any additional turn lanes that are needed. There's four-way stops at the major access points into Trilogy, and based on the projected traffic volumes all the way up to 2030, there are signalized intersections that will be needed in the 2030 timeframe, but up until then, almost all of these access ways operate at level of service C or better.
And so your recommendation that we accept the current zoning includes meeting various transportation targets, goals here?
Yes, from a traffic impact standpoint, yes, it does.
Okay. I have some other questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And maybe this is more for Mr. Jarvis. The community facility district, that was brought up, and I think that does affect these communities. And I believe this has been submitted to the city, because the city has to get involved in this, or maybe I should be asking this planning here. This has been submitted, and we're looking at including the second Trilogy as part of the community facility district, the same community facility district.
Mr. Kemp.
Mayor, Council, Councilman Ames, there has been an application submitted for a community facilities district for Trilogy West, and they are required to submit an application and execute the required waivers. It's an ultimate council decision to form the district, so we obviously can't mandate that on the developer. But they have submitted the required application. They'll be required before any preliminary plans to submit the required waivers, and then staff will go through its review process on the application and be bringing that to you separately as a separate process.
And this is independent of the zoning, and they can start building before this is...
No, they cannot get beyond, they cannot get through preliminary plat stage. Preliminary plat stage, Mayor, members of council, Councilman Ames, is the first review of proposed plant layout. And the stipulation requires that the zoning is expressly conditioned upon the applicant executing a petition requiring the formation of a CFD and providing all required waivers. If we don't receive the required waivers, we obviously are not going to be approving preliminary plats. Preliminary plats must be consistent with the zoning. So at the same time, the Community Facilities District is going to be running on a parallel track because it has a whole variety of things that have nothing to do with the zoning. We negotiate an agreement with the developer governing how the Community Facilities District is going to be operated, and there's a whole series of things that happen totally on a separate track. But as indicated, stipulation 7, the zoning is expressly conditioned on the applicant executing the required petition and waivers, and I believe the applicant has committed to that stipulation and is fully prepared to do that.
Okay, thank you. And I did hear tonight that we're getting to that HOA word, but that Shea is looking at 2 homeowners on the HOA in the future, and that would include the current trilogy. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ames, that is correct. We went on record at the neighborhood meetings required by the statute or by the ordinance in June that if this zoning is approved, we'll be adding 2 positions on the board for homeowners.
Okay, and then you'd also mentioned to me that Shea is not intending to annex additional areas in the future?
At the same meeting, what we committed to the members, and we'll put it on the record here as well, we will not be annexing additional territory for homes beyond the 1,016 in this 360-acre territory. Is there a possibility of some other acreage being annexed in for common area to add to the amenities or some purposes that? That's a possibility, but no more homes beyond this 360 acres.
Okay, thank you. Those are the questions that I had.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Go right ahead.
I don't think I have any questions. I think there are probably no more words left in the universe to speak this evening. I do want to say that it saddens me that there is such a divide in a community that I have known since inception. And really, it was very, very much like Camelot, and I am sorry to see the fall of Camelot over something as blatant as an annexation. And I use the word blatant not in a negative way. For so many people to say they didn't read their CC&Rs, I don't understand it. I live in an HOA. You know, I read my mortgage papers. I read the papers. I find out what is expected of me and what is expected of the developer. We all read them. We really do. On page 10 or something, it says annexation really big. So what you have is a contract here. I am sorry that you thought you could come to City Hall and find your way out of a contract. We don't do that here. You could get a lawyer. It's a good way to do it. You could go maybe to the legislature and try to get legislation changed. But coming here to a city council meeting does not get you what you're looking for. So we're talking about a rezoning tonight. Whether we rezone or we don't rezone, if Shea buys that property and all of it, and I think they've already bought some of it, they can still annex it because of the contract that you have with them. They still have the right to do it. Whether we rezone or we do not rezone, they still have the right to annex. That's just plain and simple. That is a clear fact. We can't undo that as much as we might want to, although I'm not sure that being a community that is not in conformance to your current standards and allowing them to annex would be in your best interest. That being said, we don't undo contracts at City Hall. We just don't. We don't have that authority. You have a legal obligation to the contract that you signed. So, having said that, I hope that there is a way for this community to mend itself, to find a way to be good neighbors again, because that's your choices here. There are legally binding contracts, and you have a choice to live within it or to move away from it. And I hope you will find a way to live within it. Trilogy is a great place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames.
Yes, I'm,
Please. I'm not going to tolerate demonstrations.
yes, and someone earlier had said that there is a division, and I've looked really at all of the data and all the surveys, and I've concluded it's a pretty even split, although there is a group in the middle that probably doesn't care one way or the other. But it's pretty even split that don't want the annexation, do want the annexation, don't want the zoning, so you don't get the annexation, or do. But I hope that you all can come together, and I hope Shay will work with each side, and a lot of things were addressed, and I think maybe they're hurting a little bit in terms of space in their recreational area, current or new area, and I think that needs to be addressed. We want you people in Trilogy to be happy and continue to enjoy the life, and we all heard how important Trilogy is to all of you and your lifestyle there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none?
I needed to clarify one thing that I misspoke about, if I may.
All right.
Don't worry, it's not a big deal, but I want to make sure it's clear on the record. With regard to the 2 additional board positions, when the property is zoned and annexed. Zoned and annexed. I don't know why that's a big problem, but when it's zoned and annexed, that's when we add the 2 board positions. Right, yeah.
I'm going to make a couple comments here. I don't have a dog in this fight. I understand the frustration of people who are opposed to this. When I bought my first home, which is just off 91st Avenue, just north of Thunderbird, we were told 91st Avenue would not go through to Bell because there was a canal right there in Greenway. Well, about a year and a half, 2 years later, sure enough, it went through. Well, who told us that? People selling us the houses. So those of you who are complaining because your real estate agent who sold you your house said it's only going to be 2,400 homes, this is like buying a car. You have to take it with a grain of salt. Nothing nasty against Shay or their salespeople. At that time that you may have bought, maybe that was Shay's plan, and Shay didn't want to go any further, as one gentleman here pointed out. So I think there's a lot of anger, and obviously there is a lot of anger and frustration here. But you both sides of you need to come together and talk this out amongst yourselves. Because a lot of you are victims of not misunderstandings. It wasn't deliberate misdirection. That was the plan at the time. Just as at the time they sold me my home, 91st Avenue was not supposed to go through. The council changed it. I wasn't on the council at the time. The council changed it, and it went through. So I mean, the traffic increased exponentially along 91st Avenue. That's what happens. It happens. It's called growth. And it's going to happen whether you like it or not. As someone here pointed out, if it doesn't become a piece of Trilogy and they sell it off to another developer like Amerikay Homes, you think you got traffic problems now? You're going to have my 91st Avenue. It's not funny. But things like this happen, and there's no way to control that. You're going to have to learn to live with change. And that's, with that, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few words to share, and that is that I support the citizens that live at Trilogy, and I'm going to be voting against the zoning tonight. Thank you.
Okay. This is 21R, a rezoning Trilogy West, Estancia Boulevard, and Dixoletta Parkway. Could I have a motion? Could I have it? Moved by Ms. Carlett, seconded by Mr. Edwards. Last chance for questions or comments? Hearing none, please vote.
Yeah, I'm going to be abstaining, so you won't see my vote up there.
Okay, you do realize that an abstention is a positive vote, whatever the majority is.
Mayor, an abstention.
Okay.
An abstention, except for a substantial conflict of interest, will apply to the prevailing side. So whichever side is the prevailing side, the abstention applies to the prevailing side pursuant to the language of the charter.
Okay. With that, please vote. Clerk will record the vote. It is 5-1 with an abstention. Mr. Rivera is the only negative vote, so it is approved. We're going to take a 5-minute break here, then we'll resume. Thank you very much. The first item up is the consent agenda. The consent agenda are all items listed with a C. They're considered to be routine or have been previously reviewed by the city council, being enacted by one motion, unless a council member requests one to be pulled. Ms. Carla.
Item 6C, please.
C. Any other requests? Hearing none. The motion is to approve the consent agenda with everything except for 6C.
So moved.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Ames and Mr. Edwards. Please vote. Clerk will record the vote. It is unanimous. Mr. Rivero has left the building. 6C is general plan amendment, general circulation element text, and map revisions.
And this is Chris Hawkes returning on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 6C pertains to our one major general plan amendment that we have before you. This is a staff-initiated amendment to our circulation plans, on our circulation element. I'm going to turn this presentation over to Sean Kruzweisner, our planning manager, to present the highlights of this amendment.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to, as Chris alluded to, this is a staff-initiated change to our general plan. Just to give you a background, the circulation element actually provides the policies and objectives for the city's transportation system. So the staff frequently looks at this document and sees if it needs to be updated. So the two actions before you tonight are one is to make some recommended changes to the text and the circulation map of this element. It's really just two things. We're clearing up the definitions of the functional classifications of our roadways. Those are our classifications currently exist as freeways, the arterials, the collector street systems. We're also re-emphasizing in the text our commitment to a multimodal transportation system, which includes bicycles and pedestrians, and hopefully a goal to reduce single-occupancy vehicle trips. One of the things that might have caught attention was actually the retitling of what was previously called limited access arterials in the document to limited access parkways, and with that we actually added the functional classification to define that. Again, it's a retitling. It existed in the text. We just made pulled it out to further define that a little bit further, and I'll explain that in another slide, subsequent slide. The last real item is actually we're also tying together the street classification map. This is a separate document. It's not part of the circulation element in the general plan, which includes a circulation map. Circulation map identifies arterial and collector streets. The street classification map actually identifies major and minor arterials and major and minor collector streets. So as part of the action tonight is actually to adopt a new street classification map. And really briefly is the street classification map actually has not been changed since 2008. So one of the things we're trying to do tonight is actually to bring it into alignment, better alignment with the circulation map, with our goal as staff actually to bring both documents back concurrently from this point forward. So again, to make sure they're better aligned. And then with that, I'll just quickly talk about the change to the limited access parkway, or that new functional classification. It's not new, it's a restatement of an existing functional classification. Again, in the existing text, it is defined as limited access arterial parkway. For clarity, the staff is recommending that we change that to a limited access parkway. The city actually has a parkway cross-section, a slightly larger right-of-way. We are adding this to the circulation map. It didn't exist previously, and part of the reason for adding to the circulation map is for clarity. The roadways in question were defined in the circulation element, but they weren't on the map, so people were always questioning, well, is this a parkway section? Is this a limited access corridor? So we put them on the map. Just again, we took what was in the text and put it onto the map. The only revision that we've put on at this point is 163rd Avenue, Serval Road, which currently was not part of the text. But when we looked at the network out in that area of the city, which again is many years off for development, we thought that that is, besides El Mirage Road, is our next north-south corridor in that area. And again, we're not functionally changing these roads. We just are retitling them. So with that, we're making a recommendation that you concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to adopt this general plan amendment, and we'll take any questions from council.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Ames?
Didn't we just recently go through this? It's limited access and study session? I saw that map. No?
Councilor Ames, I wonder if we're thinking about a zoning case maybe a couple months ago where on Happy Valley where that was a limited access parkway and some questions came up pertaining to the nature of that.
Okay.
Other questions? We have one comment. Mr. Jennings. You have 3 minutes, same as before. Good.
Instead, what I wanted to specifically point out to you was a couple of things about this limited access parkway situation. On page 8 of the marked up version of the circulation element, actually it's page 3-8, it breaks out limited access parkways as a different thing from major arterials. Previously, Vistancia Boulevard was called a major arterial. There are different definitions, so it isn't just calling something that existed before by a different name. It's something that is different. And I also want to point out in the staff report on page 3, paragraph 9, apparently this relates to an October 17, 2013 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting having to do with the definition of limited access parkway and specifically about access guidelines. How someone can get access to it, what does access mean, considering the fact it's predominantly for through traffic, not local traffic. I would, considering the fact that you have just, if you pass this, and I hope you will, frankly, you will make Vistancia Boulevard a limited access parkway that you ask staff to develop rather rapidly so it can apply to Trilogy West, whatever these access requirements are going to be. One other thing is, with respect to medians down the middle of a limited access parkway, are those owned by the city? Do you know?
Well, we're not here for conversation.
In other words, I'm not sure, because in order to get access to this new development, there's going to have to be left turns where there's an island right now. I'm just wondering who gives approval to those things. But anyway, the whole question about access, I would ask that you, I guess what happens is the staff develops it and then it goes to the P&Z Commission for them to comment on it. Whatever it is, it's going to be important. So just want to mention those things. Not arguing you should or shouldn't pass it. As far as I'm concerned, it's a good idea to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is 6C, General Plan Amendment, General Plan Circulation Element Text and Map Revisions. Could I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Carlett, seconded by Mr. Patena. Please vote. Clerk will record the vote. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we go back to the regular agenda. This is 18R, public hearing liquor licenses at various locations. This is a public hearing for a new liquor license, Series 12, for Sushi Duraku, located at 9940 West Happy Valley Road. A person-to-person transfer for an on-sale all liquor license, Series 6, for Pleasant Harbor Marina Waterfront Grill. A new wine and beer liquor license, Series 10, for Pleasant Harbor, located at 8708 West Harbor Boulevard. And finally, a person-to-person transfer for an on-sale all liquor license, Series 6, for Fanugi Sports Grill at 8378 West Thunderbird.
Brent Mattingly, our Finance Director, will make the brief presentation on this.
Yes, Mayor and Council, properties were posted in accordance with Arizona statutes. All reviewing departments recommend approval. All fees were paid, and no comments were received from the public.
Thank you. At this point, I'll open a public hearing. If there were anybody here, would they like to comment on this? Seeing no one stepping forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, discussion and action. Could I have a motion?
I got a discussion here. Where are these guys now? We could use.
It's been moved by Mr. Edwards, seconded by Ms. Carlett. Again, this is 19R, public here, or liquor license for various locations. I'm not going to read them all again. Please vote. The clerk can record the vote. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next is 20R, public hearing, annexation 83rd Avenue and Pinnacle Road.
We're not letting Chris Hawkes get too far from the microphones.
I tell you, my contacts are starting to stick to my eyes here. I hope I can see. Okay, Mayor and Council, item 20R, this is a proposed annexation of 4 parcels comprising approximately 7.2 acres. All these parcels are currently owned by the City of Peoria. Now, the purpose of tonight's hearing is simply to take testimony on the request. Under state statute, the council cannot take any action on the item tonight. So the location is basically the northwest corner of 83rd and Pinnacle Peak. The area in red is the Maricopa County Island, and incidentally, that's the area that Sun City West Fire District is proposing to annex. So this would remove it from that area. More specifically, this is the site in question. The site is current uses as a retention basin. The site is zoned rural 43, but it functions as a regional retention basin for the area. So that is the present and future condition of the parcel. So this graphic illustrates where we are in the annexation process at a glance. Again, tonight the purpose is to hold a public hearing, ask any questions, and not take any action. And after tonight's hearing, we will be bringing back a final annexation ordinance to the council. That should be pretty quick because we are the owners. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, I'm going to open public hearing. This is a public hearing about annexation 83rd Avenue and Pinnacle Peak Road. It's time for public comment. Would anyone care to comment on this? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. There is no council action required. We move on to 22R, fiscal year 20. No, what? If you have a question, go right ahead.
The idea is this will be a permanent retention area?
Correct. That's right. It's a regional flood facility.
22R, fiscal year 14 mid-year budget request, Development Service Departments. This is to authorize appropriate use of one-time general fund reserves for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, Mayor, as Chris is being joined by Rebecca Zook again from Development Services Department. This, of course, is an item that we have mentioned previously, that we're responding to the council's direction with respect to making sure that as the volume of permit activity and land use activity increases with the improving economy, that we are keeping pace with the increased workload by bringing additional staff capacity into our departments. And so this is responding to that direction from the council, so I'll turn it back over to Chris.
Great. Thank you, Carl. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We thought it would make sense to make an assessment and bring forward a request together, both Rebecca and I, from our respective Development Service Departments, as our collective needs are dictated by the changes in the environment, that being an uptick in development that we've continued to see. The good news is that we've seen a significant rise in development. The other side of the coin, of course, is that there's a corresponding impact on existing staffing needs and other resources. So as our presentation outline shows, we'll try to be brief tonight, given the lateness of the hour. We'll review real briefly some of the development activity that we're seeing. We'll talk about some of the staffing adjustments that the council has supported as part of FY13 and 14 budget, some service area enhancements that we will be introducing over the next year. And then, due to the current continued acceleration in development activity, what are the impacts on our service area? What are our service area challenges? And then finally, the specific requests that both Rebecca and I will be talking through. Real briefly, this just describes the development process at a glance, and I think the purpose of this exhibit is to show that, the planning department, we're typically on the front end of the development process. You saw a zoning case tonight that sets up the framework of a development of an area, and through that, we'll see preliminary plats and site plans, and that's going to have a corresponding downstream impact on other development services departments, namely Rebecca's group. They're going to see in phase 2, they're going to see construction plans, final plats, and so forth. And then that has an even further downstream impact on permits and inspection activity. So when there's an impact on one segment of the continuum, it affects other segments of the continuum. And I think the point is just to illustrate that it's all interrelated. So we'll briefly touch on some of the development trends. The dark blue line looks at rezone activity at a glance from fiscal year 8, and the light blue, looks like what I can see, is the subdivision activity here. I picked these two areas because when you look at all our development activity that we're seeing in the planning department, principally the significant rises in these two categories, and I think it speaks to the housing recovery that we're starting to see. So you can see in fiscal year 8, that's when we started seeing a reduction in rezone and subdivision activity, and that bottomed out around 11, and we started to see a rise after that. I think as you'll recall in our budget workshop that we had last Friday, one of the slides that was shown was that illustrated a commensurate reduction in the development services departments in terms of the staffing. We saw reduction activities, and there was a commensurate reduction in the staffing that was part of that. Now, specifically for the planning department, just to relate it, in fiscal year 8, we had about 8 development positions that were programmed to do development activity. Currently, we have 5 positions plus a contract planner position. And so if you look forward at the trends that we're seeing today, we've seen a corresponding rise. Fiscal year 13, development accelerated quite a bit. If you look at the lines for fiscal year 14, that just shows activity through November of 2013. So this is the first 5 months of the fiscal year. And if you do a straight line projection, I do see that this year will be even a bigger year than last year. So we do see a continued rise in activity. I won't spend a lot of time on this exhibit. This just illustrates where we're seeing entitlements. And when I say entitlements, I mean rezone activity. So as you would expect, we're seeing some of the larger master plans of Estancias, the Saddleback Heights, looking at their existing entitlements and trying to reposition those entitlements for the new market. And then the area in the center, which is our current growth area, that's roughly between Beardsley and Jomex Road. That's an area where we have infrastructure largely in place. But I think one of the takeaways with this exhibit, just to understand, is the complexity of some of the zoning cases we're seeing today, a lot more difficult than maybe in years past, for a couple reasons. One, particularly in the Northwest area, we've got infrastructure challenges that we'll have to work through. Two, all these are seeking not only changes to their existing entitlements, but also changes to their development agreements. So all those involve quite a bit of staff time and complexity in looking at those. And then when you look at the central growth area, that's the extent of growth today, and it's starting to grow into areas that are currently occupied by some Maricopa County Islands. And I think the way that's playing out in some of our zoning cases, we're seeing a lot of contentious zoning cases. So that means that requires staff a lot of time in working with citizens and working with the developers to try to realize a plan that minimizes impacts to surrounding neighborhoods. This graphic just briefly shows you the preliminary plats. It shows you the distribution of the lots. Since 2012, what is that, 18, 20 months or so, we've seen 46 new preliminary plats that have come in, proposing 4,100 roughly single-family lots, and you can see the distribution of those lots on the map. Largely, they come from, it used to be Trilogy and Vistancia was where most of the lots came from. That's not necessarily the case today. It's mostly in that central area, from the projects like the Meadows and future projects like perhaps Allure Vita and Trailside Happy Valley. So I'll turn it over to Rebecca. She's going to talk about some of the permit activity.
Thank you, Chris. And again, what we're seeing here is the residential permits for single family. And this is, again, toward the end of the continuum that we were earlier referencing. And so we're talking about permits issued, and we see the trends that started in FY08 with the economy starting to go down, FY09 through FY14. I'd like to touch on a little bit of what Chris said. At this same time, through 09 through 12, we handled some staff reductions within EDS at that time. We reduced almost 16 positions. So we were trying to address the reduction. We were able to shift a lot of these employees around in the city, which is fantastic. Now as we move into FY13, we did start to see quite a big uptick. And again, FY14, the numbers you're seeing here are projected numbers based on the first 5 months. We wanted to look at that versus the first quarter because, again, in the last 2 months, we have seen a little bit of a slowdown. So we wanted to make sure to take that into account. Now here with the development services departments, these are the total revenues. I just wanted to mention this briefly. This isn't a measurement that we use in any way, but it's yet one more method that we're looking to see the increases that we have realized within our departments. Again, it's following the same trends that we saw with fiscal year 9 being maybe the last year where we were seeing significant revenues. Again, fell down in FY 10, 11, and 12. FY 13 was a big surprise,
We all knew it was going to come. We were very excited when it happened. We were able to, with the staff that we had, be able to handle the type of development that was coming to the city of Peoria. And we more than doubled the revenue that was projected. Again, this isn't a measurement of any kind. It just speaks to the amount of the number of permits that we were seeing coming through the city. FY14, this is based on, again, the first 5 months, a projection that we're anticipating for fiscal year 14.
These are development fees, basically?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then how do we spend these fees? Does this go for more staffing, or no? Do they go into the general fund, or?
Correct.
And now we're
Yeah.
taking them back out of the general fund, or contingency?
Well,
meet,
in a way of saying it, yes, Councilmember Ames. What we're doing now before you is a budget amendment to cover the costs that they're going to get to in just a minute on a slide in terms of how the costs are going to be allocated to the new staff resources that they're bringing on board. What Rebecca was, the point she was making with the previous slide on revenue was not to equate that to the budget amendment per se, but to provide another indicator of increased volume. In addition to just the number of permits, also the value of the work that's being permitted as associated back to the permit structure that we have.
But it's also realized revenue.
Indeed it is, correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, we, when we saw that uptick come in FY13, we came to council and city manager, and we appreciate the support that you did provide us at that time. We did ask for some additional help in our customer service area. For economic development services, we were approved for a development technician 1 within our building division, also an engineering technician 2 in site development, and then a contract development technician 1. And then we actually were able to retool a development technician 2 that we have had at the city, but we're using that more as a permit intake person, where now with our customer service enhancements that I'll speak to in a moment, that person will be handling over-the-counter plan review.
We're going to go back and forward, but we'll just look at the top of the slide. And again, I want to voice my appreciation for your support. The council did support a contract planner in mid-year fiscal year 13 budget, so we hired that person in March, and the person worked for a few months, and we've actually hired him in one of our vacant full-time positions, and now we recently hired that person's replacement as our contract planner. So we did have that. This is a slide also that we were shown at the work study on Friday that we had. And though this indicates the new position additions, so as Rebecca pointed out, those are the 2 positions in economic development. We added a position in planning, but it was the human service coordinator was related to an enhanced service that we were trying to provide to accomplish council goals in that area. So what are our current service area challenges? Again, we talked about where we did add some resources, but we're seeing a continued acceleration in development activity, and we've certainly benefited from those changes. I think what we're continuing to say is basically we're continuing to experience critical service area challenges from the reductions, which when we talk about the challenges, they're not in line with our customer expectations, and I don't believe the expectations of the council too, in terms of how quickly we turn out plans and making progress on our work plan. So a couple of the challenges I'll just highlight real quickly in planning and community development. One of the challenges we have is administrative support. We currently have 1 admin position. We are a boards-heavy department. We support 6 boards, but 4 that are regular boards that regularly meet. And this person, our admin person, has to not only handle the flow of development cases and push them around the city, but also that person is dealing with new opportunities in terms of the Section 108 loan with the Maxwell Technologies, the human service coordinator. That's going to have also an impact on that position. So right now, we've been using salary savings to fund a part-time administrative support position. We're also using some NSP3 dollars that's going to be very soon exhausted. So what we're going to be looking at, and when you see my request, is that we, through the rest of the fiscal year, that we have funding to extend that part-time administrative support position that we have. Just a couple other challenges. Again, I mentioned we have some plan review times that we're not currently meeting our level of service and how, in terms of how quickly we bring those plans out and we return them. And also, just to make one distinction with our department in that development activity is a portion of our total work plan. Don't forget we also do strategic planning. There are a number of activities that are not dictated by development activity, and they include things like our open space plan, our integrated utility master plan that we're working on, strategic annexations, zoning code amendments, and then a whole other host of things. So what's been happening is development activity really has absorbed existing resources, so what that has done is kind of made it very difficult to progress as quickly and as rapidly as we'd like on our work plan. So you'll see one of the things we're asking for is to add an associate planner to add some capacity to our department.
And again, for economic development services, we're seeing the same types of effects on our staff and our ability to respond to our customers. Our plan review times have gone beyond the accepted level of service, which is a metric that we do utilize, which is a 3-week turnaround. We have been able to stay within that 3 weeks for over the 8 years that I've been here. Unfortunately, consistently for the last 4 or 5 months, I have been unable to meet the customer service needs. I have worked with existing staff to try to shift around duties to do what I can to resolve this, but at this point, I'm unable to meet those demands. Another item that has just changed within the last year is our rolled over inspections. Within the building department, you're able to call in your inspection and you will get that inspection the next day. We have not been able to meet that. One of the additions that you saw previously in FY13 was a contract inspector that has been able to help us, but again, with the continued activity that we've seen for the last 18 months, we're measuring some level of rollover inspections each month. The other item is unanswered phone calls and emails. I know Council has seen a lot of this come your way. Within the city, we have a policy that we will respond to a phone call within 24 hours. Within EDS, we do not have that luxury. We have the customer that calls and they want to talk to someone immediately. I want to be able to provide that service. So one thing that we have done within the last 4 months is we were able to hire a temporary staff person and we have utilized cost savings with a vacant position that we have to be able to address that. Unfortunately, those savings are depleted, and that is one of the items that I'm coming before you with tonight. I'd also like to step away a little bit from this, but also mention that while we have been working on not only responding to our customers with plan reviews, we have also been working on several customer service enhancements that came before Council and were approved. The first being self-certification, which is something that I've worked quite a lot on in the last few months, and I'm happy to say we're going to be able to roll self-certification out on January 1. We have been working with IT and with Excella, which is our permitting system, so it has postponed the start date. But again, January 1 is when we will be launching that pilot program, and we will be sending out an e-blast on Monday of next week to all of our customers to let them know. Also, over-the-counter permitting, and I referenced that earlier. That was in reference to 2 new positions, I guess one that's retooled, and then a new Engineering Tech 2 position that is going to be able to handle our over-the-counter permitting. My desire for the roll-on on that to be near the end of February, 1st of March. Again, we need to make sure that we provide all the information to our customer to make sure that this is enhances their satisfaction with the city. We'll be meeting with our customers to make sure that we meet their needs. The third item is our electronic document review. This has been a program that we've been looking at for some time and are just recently able to move forward with it because our Excella system has now just added an enhancement that will allow us to utilize that system and do our plan review. Online permitting is very similar to that. Again, it will allow the customer to be able to work with us through the computer without having to come down to the counter to have the trips. Again, we'd love to see their face, but this is an enhancement that I think will touch a lot of our customers, and we're very excited about it and have been moving forward this and expect a rollout on the last two, I would say probably in approximately 1 year.
Okay, so finally we get to the point, what are we asking for here? Okay, so I'll cover the planning department real briefly. So again, I talked earlier about the temporary administrative assistant, so we're asking for funding to continue our part-time administrative person through the rest of the fiscal year. And through the fiscal year 15 budget process, we'll make an assessment and a recommendation as part of that process. The second item is the contract associate planner. So let me just give you some quick background. A position under that is called planning tech. We used to have a planning tech as part of the planning department. That's traditionally where somebody starts their career in planning. They work the front counter. They might handle minor permits such as temporary use permits or business licenses or group homes. So when we went through a reorganization a few years ago, that position was transferred to Economic Development Services, and subsequently through the fiscal year 12 budget, that position was cut. So as trying to be a helpful department in a position that, they do deal with the zoning code as well, we absorbed many of the functions of that position. So if you look at the Exhibit 5 in your staff report, what that illustrates is that based on the frequency of a lot of those items that used to be planning tech items that my staff is currently doing, a lot of those items absorb the majority of one position. So that's the planning. But why the associate planner? The associate planner is the next level up, and we're asking for that because that provides us a little more flexibility, not only to handle the so-called planning tech items, but also to handle potentially some conditional use permits, some variances. And what that does is that frees up some capacity in my staff so that we can make more heightened progress on our work plan, some of the strategic planning items I talked about. So we're asking for full-time, not to exceed 18-month term contract. Why 18 months? Why not 6 months? It's difficult to recruit a qualified pool of candidates for a 6-month term. So we're looking for an 18-month term to absorb those duties and provide additional capacity for the planning department.
Thank you. For Economic Development Services, what we are recommending at this point is to move forward with an extension of the Building Inspector 1 contract position. We have had this contract position with our department for 12 months now, and again, with the continued increase in inspections and permits, we are asking for the continuation of those funds through the end of fiscal year 14. The administrative assistant who has been answering our phones and assisting with emails and responding to customers. Again, the funding for that position through salary savings will be ending in January, so we are asking for additional funds to get us through to the end of FY14 for that position. In addition, we are asking for assistance with contractual services for an IT coordinator position, business analyst with our Excella permitting system. There are a number of requests that we have on different reports and permitting associated with public records requests, with city management request, a city manager report where I report off of all of the work that we're doing and the permits that we're processing, things of that nature. We don't currently have someone that can work with us on that, either in our department or in IT. And so what we're asking for is a funding to cover a half-time person contract through the end of FY14. And lastly, we are asking for service fees associated with the use of credit cards. This is not particular to one department. This covers all of general development. Historically, these fees have been paid through the finance department, but with some new requirements, it will fall to the different departments that process credit cards. And so we are asking for A portion of it basically comes down to about a 3% on the use of the credit card. So we're estimating that approximately $50,000 in service fees will be necessary to cover development services. So
Can
with
you-
that,
Can you
yes.
tell me a little bit more about that credit card? How does that work? I mean, I know how credit cards work, but how is it?
I think Brent Mattingly could probably best answer those questions. Councilmember Ames.
Yes, sir. When customers use credit cards, the city is charged a fee by the credit card company that's a percent, exactly. That would be one of the costs of these areas that the city council would evaluate when we set development fees and permitting fees and user fees. So depending upon how often that study's done and the percentage cost recovery that's set, you could recover a portion of these fees.
Yeah, and just to put a little finer point on that, Councilmember Ames, presently the answer to that is no. We're not recovering any additional costs for those fees, ergo the need for the budget adjustment to cover those. And I would just remind the council that fee increases have not occurred in quite a number of years. While we've done cost of service studies, the council has not moved forward with fee increases. So we're operating with a fee structure that was put in place when, Chris?
Some of the fee categories have not been updated in 15 plus years. Others
Right.
maybe a little less than that.
Right. So we do, you know, the cost of the transaction, the cost of getting the permit is really quite low given the cost to issue the permit is, of course, salaries and benefits and everything have gone up considerably over those years. And credit card fees is another one, yes, exactly.
More of a convenience for it.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's convenience for us too, right? We get our money sooner.
Yeah, well, it's primarily for the customer, really. Mm-hmm. As our, and again, we're just reflecting back on the study session that the council had just a few months ago where a number of the service delivery enhancements that Rebecca spoke to were discussed in a fair amount of detail. One of our priorities has been to maximize the efficiency of the operation around an improved level of customer service. So this coming to you is sort of a last step. If we're unable to meet the objectives through any sort of efficiency measures, we do need to come back to you for a budget amendment, and that's why we're before you tonight.
Thank you. And again, that concludes the presentation that Chris and I have tonight, and so we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? Yeah.
So all of this is coming out of our general fund contingency, is that correct? I saw one was 18 months.
The requested funding is one-time general fund reserves.
But out of this fiscal year's general funds, or it would continue into next fiscal year?
This would be coming out of this year, and I think Chris and Rebecca said that these requests would be evaluated as part of next year's budget process to see what types of requests they're going to need to continue providing a certain level of customer service.
But that
next
one
year.
position you want to, you really need to hire for 18 months, or you're not going to.
18 months.
Yeah.
Otherwise, as I mentioned, it's hard with a 6-month amount of funds to get a qualified pool of candidates.
Yeah, well, the budget amendment is for this fiscal year. We're making a commitment to that individual that goes beyond the fiscal year, and so this would be funded in the fiscal year 15 budget. And we're going to be continuing to evaluate the workload here, and if we see the trend continuing, obviously, at some point these positions will go from being temporary positions to being regular FTEs in the budget, but that won't happen until such time as we come back to you with that type of recommendation and the performance data to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
Thank you. When the downturn happened, we made a commitment as a council to use that time, that opportunity, to get ourselves caught up, get all of our infrastructure built, get all of the things done that we couldn't do because growth was happening so fast we just couldn't keep up. And so during the downturn, we cut way, 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 way back, and we took every resource that we could, and we utilized it to get matching funds, to do everything that we could during that time, to take every opportunity we could. Well, now it's time on the other end of that for us to be ready to be the one who can come out and service all of the new development and all of the customers and do what we said we were going to do at the end of the economic downturn, which is be ready to start. Be the first out of the block to take care of business, to move Peoria forward. And now it's that time. It's that time. So growth has started to happen again. Development is happening. We're getting all of these new permitting. We can't keep up with permits, plan reviews, inspections. It's time for us to ramp back up again. And so I think, with that, I want to make a motion to approve this.
Okay. Moving second. Mr. Ames, you have a comment or question?
No, I don't. Is that still, I turned it off.
Yeah, it said you did. Okay. This is 22R fiscal year 2014 mid-year budget request, Development Services Departments. Please vote. The clerk will record the vote. It is unanimous. Thank you very much. We are mercifully coming to the end of this. 23R, City Council Policy 1-3, Procedure for Consideration of Candidates when vacancies occur on the City Council.
Mayor, members of the council, this previously came to you in a study session. The council provided comments. Subsequently, the draft was sent out with a request for council members to submit any final comments. A couple of comments were received and they were incorporated. As indicated in the study session, most of the comments, most of the changes to this really are just changes in syntax. There's one really substantive area, and that is we're proposing in this policy that the actual voting process for when a vacancy is filled would match the same voting process that the council uses for the selection of the mayor pro tem and the vice mayor, which is secret ballot. The current policy uses a different voting process. Quite honestly, I don't have any explanation for why that is, and we would propose that the voting process be consistent for all across the board, whether it's a filling a vacancy or if it is a case of the normal elections of the vice mayor and the mayor pro tem. The process in the policy is not changed in terms of the fact it's going to be a public process. And we have, Councilman Ames suggested, and I incorporated, that we clarify the time frames so that they flow together and that they're more understandable, and that has been incorporated. And with that, I would be pleased to answer any questions that the council may have.
Questions by the council?
Pretty much this is what we went through in that
Yes,
study
it is.
session. I looked at it and you made those
Yes, it is.
recommended really clarifications, right?
It's really clarification other than just a change in the voting process, and this will make it now consistent across the board, so we use the same voting process all the time.
Any other questions or comments? Could I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Moved by Mr. President, seconded by Ms. Carlett. Please vote. Clerk will approve the vote. We'll record the vote. It is 6-0, unanimous. This is a call to public on non-agenda items. I think we've called on the public enough. Reports from the city manager.
Thank you, Member Brett. I'll be brief, given the hour. Just a couple of informational items under my report. You have the standard subcommittee update there. Also, I would note that the 6th Annual Winter Water Safety Day and Polar Plunge is coming up January 4th. That's a Saturday at 8 a.m. at Sunrise Pool. And the event emphasizes the importance of water safety, and I'm told the water in the pool will be a balmy 40 degrees. And I think Councilmember Edwards made it last year. I don't know if this is a photograph of Councilmember Edwards and we have in there. But
we were just
darn cold, I know that. But
just questioning his sanity.
and a tribute to the council's support for that event, and we appreciate that. The next item is a document you have in front of you that I would call your attention to. Real nice handout that was presented as our year in review for our sustainability program. And of course, the city is one of only 3 cities in the state that has a sustainability action plan. I would commend this to you. Lisa Estrada was going to make a brief presentation on this tonight, but the mayor has allowed that she can come back to a study session and give a more detailed presentation. But in the meantime, I would suggest you give this a read. It's a great synopsis of that important program, and of course, environmental sustainability is also very good. Fiscal sustainability as well. And the last thing that I'll mention is not in the packet, but it's that time of year again when we remind folks to shop in Peoria. You have bags in front of you, council members, and this is, of course, our Peoria first program, Shop Local in Peoria. And as the council is well aware, and I just remind the public that might still be watching tonight, the money that is spent in Peoria not only supports important businesses that make Peoria their home, livelihood for the business owners, operators, and employees, but it also, the sales tax that comes to the city from shopping here is real important to our general fund, as we talked about in our budget session last week. It pays for a lot of the key services that citizens value, including police, fire, parks, recreation, certain elements of public works, and just a whole host of different services. So that is it for my report for tonight and for the year. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays to the council and to the staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's time for reports from the City Council. I would tell you that we turn off the microphones at 11 o'clock. So you're up, Mr. Lammy. Turn off the microphones.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if mine's going to be brief or not, but I'll try. I'd just like to mention on November the 30th, at the sports complex, we had about 200 kids there, maybe a little over 200 kids. Lieutenant Doug Steele was there. And all these kids are from the grammar school, I call them junior high school, but I guess they call them middle school today. And they'll be going to high school. So they all came down, and it was just great. And I know they didn't come down to hear me make a speech or to hear Rick Gray make a speech, although they enjoyed Jacob making a speech about trying to get some youth advisory kids into the group. But I know they came down just to go to the basketball games, which they did. And when I was leaving, I saw about at least 10 buses there. And they went to see the Suns play, and I found out that after when they went to the game, the Suns didn't do too good. I understand they lost. Anyway, on November the 29th, at the sports complex, we had the Thanksgiving race, and to my understanding, there were so many there. I think there's roughly about 1,000 runners, maybe 2,000 runners, which is great. That's a great event for the city of Peoria. That means that a lot of people are coming into the city, and it's just great that these events that we have. I also like to say that on November the 30th, I had a Pine District meeting, and I want to thank Anthony does a great job. I call him my chief of staff. Now, I don't get paid for it, but I call him the chief of staff. He makes sure everything goes along right. He contacts the police and the fire, and they came down, and they did a great job giving their presentation, and we had a lot of questions for them. And it's just great when we have these neighborhood meetings, because the people would like to talk to the police officers and the fire department, and maybe can help the community out. On December the 5th, I was a judge for the gingerbread contest at the community center, and it was just great. If you go down to the lobby, you'll see those gingerbread houses, and these kids do a great job, and it's really hard to pick. It's almost like the Halloween. It's hard to pick these kids because they all do such a great job. I know I couldn't do it, so I'm glad that somebody could do it. They did just a great job, and I was one of the judges. On December the 6th, we had the holiday festival, and that turned out great. And I got an email from John Sheldon, and he said roughly about 12,000 people was there. It seemed like there was more than 12,000, but it was just great. And that's another event that goes over great in the city of Peoria. The last thing I want to say is that I went to the Peoria Police Department Partnership Awards, and the chief did a great job. We had about 15 people who got awards, and it's always great to know that we have some good citizens there, and they're willing to work with the police department and the city of Peoria. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you, and have a great holiday, and watch out for the cops. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlett.
This is our last formal meeting of 2013, so I just wanted to say thank you to the citizens of Peoria for all of your involvement, everything you've done to make our city the best that it can be, and to the city staff for all the same reasons. Thank you guys very much for everything. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Mr. Edwards.
Mayor, I'll add to the sentiment to just wish everybody a happy holidays and be safe out there, and we'll see you back here next year.
Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have this paper in front of me about some of the things I wanted to say, and you can see it's kind of lengthy, so I've been getting some glares about whether I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I won't, I promise you that. I know that this report is standing between us and going home and sleeping, and I'm sure that sounds a lot better than hearing what I have to say, but yeah, get on with it, Jake. Okay, for sure. Just one of the things I want to start doing on my reports is recognizing some of the students in the Peoria Unified School District for any outstanding achievements, or recognizing the Peoria Unified School District for any outstanding achievements, just because that kind of coincides with, Youth Council Liaison. So I'm just going to kind of skip some of these now. Peoria was working in conjunction with the Peoria Sunset Lions Club to support the troops in Afghanistan for the holidays. The city collected a total of 2,720 cards from 123 classes and groups at 15 Peoria Unified School District schools. That's where we're going. As part of Students with Aspiring Goals, the SWAG program, more than 200 students, very deserving students, with over 40 school mentors across the Peoria Unified School District, attended a Phoenix Suns basketball game on November 20th as part of the Peoria Police Department. That was an outstanding event. I got to go. I was told 3 minutes before a 7-minute speech that I had to give a speech, but that was really fun. Other than that, the winners of the district's second annual anti-bullying art and video contest were announced in November. The theme was to end bullying begins with me, and the winners were Juliana Guevara from Alta Loma Elementary School, Riley Smith in 3rd grade, also from Alta Loma Elementary School, Lindsay Ramos from 6th grade at Foothills Elementary School, and Timothy Litwiller, 12th grade from Centennial High School. Other than that, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves.
Yeah, I have 60 items. Do I get 3 minutes?
We're going to turn off the microphones here in a minute.
I do want to mention a few things, and a lot of things are picking up. You heard things going in terms of development here and staffing that we're looking at, and also in terms of planning and development. And and some other things. But also on December 5th, we had a meeting out in Surprise, the Grand Avenue Coalition, and all the West Valley cities were there. I was there, Bob was there, and so that regional things are starting to pick up too. And of course, we're looking at transportation and development along Grand Avenue. Every city in the West Valley was there, including Phoenix to Wickenburg. The mayor of Phoenix was there as well. And Carlo had mentioned the Police Community Partnership Awards. Those were very nice. Those are on evening of December 6th, and it was a nice evening. And boy, those volunteers really, they love volunteering. I mean, it's they don't just do it as a kind of casual thing. They're really into it, and I have to thank our police department for working with them so well. We had our council workshop earlier that day, and we had our, as Carlo mentioned, our Old Town Holiday Festival here. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and happy holidays to everyone, and you'll see us formally again next year.
Thank you, Mr. Patton.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to attend an event at Westbrook Village where they hosted more than 30 World War II veterans. I have the opportunity to attend a lot of events on behalf of the city, and I would put this one in my top 3. They gave bios of each of the veterans, and they were quite impressive. Many of them were very highly decorated. Councilmember Carlott was the keynote speaker, and her comments were very genuine and very heartfelt and appreciated by the veterans. I also attended the Christmas program. They had good entertainment, good food, good vendors. If you didn't attend, I hope you can make it next year. It was a really good event. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've all said enough. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We are adjourned. We are reconvened as Vistanza Community Facilities District Board meeting. Just can't get enough of Vistanza. Will the clerk please note the roll? This is the final call to submit speaker request forms. We have one item. It's a consent agenda. Could I have a motion?
Second.
It's moved by Board Member Carlett, seconded by Board Member Ames. Please vote. Clerk will record the vote. It is unanimous. Thank you. We are adjourned.